Chapter 1335. The bright golden feather that had just been plucked off only maintained its feather shape for a moment before it turned into a ball of fire. With a thought from Swishaoduo, it turned back into a feather, then into a blazing long sword, a blazing long saber. It was just a feather, but it could move at his will and transform into a myriad of forms. Swishaoduo could not help but admire it. He was overjoyed. His gaze then landed on the densely packed feathers on Xiao Zhao's body. His eyes lit up and he drooled without blinking for a moment. It was actually such a good thing. Oh my God! If I plucked them all out, how many treasures would I get? Xiao screamed and trembled all over. She was obviously scared out of her wits. Mommy! I said I would only take 2. Just 2, I won't take more. Mommy means what she says. Don't worry. Suppressing the urge to pinch Xiao into a bald bird, Swishaoduo regretfully handed one of the golden crow feathers to Swishaonian and one to himself. Below the mountain, the two of them were filled with the purest and most abundant demonic aura. They were so abundant that they looked like 2 great demons. Not bad, Swishaoduo could not help but feel proud. His eyes scanned Xiao's body back and forth. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp. Xiao was so scared that she ran away screaming. In a panic, her body flashed and a large patch of Grand Sun True Fire suddenly appeared, burning more fiercely than ever. Then, with a soft sound, a naked 5 or 6-year-old child fell from the sky. His face was full of confusion. He actually transformed into a human form in a panic. Swishaoduo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Swishaonian. The two of them stared at each other with disbelief written all over their faces. Xiao should have been able to transform a long time ago, but she did not. Swishaoduo had been puzzled for a long time, but he did not expect that she would transform because of a panic. Xiao landed on the ground and touched her body curiously. She touched her penis and was suddenly overjoyed. I'm hairless. You don't have to pluck anymore. Swishaoduo. Xiao giggled and turned to Swishaoduo. Mommy. Swishaoduo's eyes. Oh. Xiao narrowed her eyes happily and said to Swishaonian, Papa. Swishaonian, winky face _ Xiao happily announced again and again, I'm hairless. I'm hairless. Swishaoduo and Swishaonian. I'm hairless. You can't pluck me anymore. Swishaoduo sighed with emotion. Swishaonian quickly took out a robe and covered the little light ball with it. He then slapped the little light balls but twice and said, remember to wear clothes in the future. It's inappropriate to be naked. Xiao tugged at the white robe on her body uncomfortably. Her face was full of reluctance, and her little mouth was pouting, looking charmingly naive. The Wawang sword was so shocked that it let out a long sound. Clang. No matter how experienced it was, it could never have imagined that the 7th prince of the demon clan would use such a method to complete his transformation. Did she just transform and escape because she was afraid of being plucked? This was really TSK. Seeing Xiao transform into a cute baby, Swishaonian's motherly instincts were overflowing. Her heart softened. She began to teach Xiao how to dress, brush her teeth, put on her shoes, and so on. That posture made Swishaoduo envious, jealous, and hateful. He wished he could switch places with Xiao. Sister Nian, I also want to kiss, hug, and raise you up high. However, as the person involved, Xiao felt uncomfortable all over. She struggled violently, and her young and tender face was filled with unwillingness. She even had to wear clothes. There were so many troublesome things. If she knew it would be so troublesome after transforming, she would have been a crow. Being plucked was painful for a moment. Now, it might be countless years of pain. Hey, when you take care of Xiao in the future, you have to learn how to bathe, wear clothes, use chopsticks, and learn all kinds of etiquette and knowledge. Don't embarrass our family when you go out. Sua Xiaoyan explained to Sua Xiaoduo. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes widened. What? Do I have to do all these? Damn, isn't this troublesome? I can't enjoy any benefits, and I have to take care of a baby. God, are you punishing me for something? Xiao obediently practiced putting on her clothes. She smiled mysteriously and said, Mommy, I've been dreaming these days. I dreamed that I was actually another bird. Oh, it's so magical. Sua Xiaoduo's expression froze. What did you dream of? Tell Mommy. I dreamed. I was still a crow, but I had many brothers and sisters. Then, I had a mother who kept a straight face every day, and a father who beat me every day. It's nothing special. It's not as good as it is now. Sua Xiaoduo. Ahem, dreams are always the opposite. This is normal. You had many brothers and sisters in your dream, but in reality, you were alone. Your mommy loves you so much. She didn't keep a straight face. And your father. He did it for your own good. Do you know how to cherish your fortune? Oh. Xiao nodded her little head obediently. She reached out to touch her buttocks and arms. She grimaced and said, I obviously pulled 2 hairs here, but I can't see any difference. She giggled as she spoke. Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaoyan looked at each other and saw the complicated look in each other's eyes. Sua Xiaoyan said telepathically, Is Xiao going to regain his memory? There's definitely a trend in this direction, and it's an inevitable development. It's just a matter of a day or night. Sua Xiaoduo nodded. Then after he recovers his memory, will he be Xiao or the 7th prince of the Demon Emperor? Sua Xiaoyan was worried. Sua Xiaoduo chuckled. It's fate that brought us together. We don't ask for anything from him. When the time comes, we'll let him choose. If he has to go back, then let him go. We can't force him to stay. It's pointless to turn family into enemies. Sua Xiaoyan's eyes were gentle. Okay. Sua Xiaoduo said, I know you don't want to let him go, but the bond between us and Xiao is due to fate. We can't force too much. We'll have our own children in the future. If you want, there's no harm in having a few more. Bah. Sua Xiaoyan's face was red as he turned around and left. Sua Xiaoduo chased after her, laughing. The two of them left the Tower of Annihilation together. The problem of the demon aura had been solved. Naturally, they had to carry out the follow-up actions. They were in a dangerous place after all. The sooner they finished, the better. Therefore, 2 tiger demons appeared on the main road of the demon clan. One of them had a human head and tiger ears. He had a big mouth and yellow fur all over his body. He had a furry tail that looked like a steel whip behind him. The other one was relatively petite. She had a human head and tiger ears. She had a beautiful face and was also covered in yellow fur. She had a furry tail behind her. The cultivation of the 2 tiger demons was not high, only at the Gui Xian level. At this moment, they were strolling on the bustling street of the demon clan. It could be said that they were inconspicuous, not to mention that these 2 tiger demons were cowardly everywhere. In short, they looked like they could not let go. It was obvious that they were a tiger demon couple. However, the male tiger demon often squinted his eyes and looked at the female tiger's tail. He always had a wretched expression on his face. And every time this happened, the female tiger would always look angry but shy. She felt like she was tempting the demons to commit crimes. The 2 tiger demons walked for a while. When they were about to enter the city, the tiger demon couple was stopped. "Show me your ID cards." The two patrolling demons were obviously from the White Lion clan. They had a human body and a huge white lion head. The characteristics of their clan were very obvious. The two lions came up to them with serious expressions. They looked like they were enforcing the law. "ID cards." The male tiger was stunned. "Yes, ID cards." "Hurry up." The female tiger seemed to be shocked. She hid behind her husband. The male tiger forced himself to look very forthright. He took out his ID card and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Don't try to curry favor with us." A lion demon said coldly with a straight face. He flipped open his ID and said, "Hui Pao." Yes, it's me." The male tiger nodded and bowed. "Huermio." The lion demon looked at the female tiger and asked again. The female tiger nodded shyly. Hui Pao and Huermio are actually registered legal demons. The lion demon couldn't help but shake his head out of habit. He seemed to find it unbelievable. Yes. We've been married for many years." Hui Pao smiled apologetically. "As a tiger demon, it's really rare that you haven't divorced after being married for so long." The lion demon looked at Hui Pao with admiration. He patted his shoulder and said, "It's not easy, brother. It seems that the female tiger you found has a good temper. It's just a so. We men can still be controlled by women." Hui Pao smiled apologetically. "What are you saying? Fuck, what are you two doing in the city?" Cough. "We've been living in seclusion in the mountains. We don't ask about worldly affairs. It's been so many years and we haven't seen the world. Look, the war is coming soon. Ermio said she wanted to see the outside world, so I accompanied her." "Sir, what city is this? You don't even know what city this is and you're here for a stroll." Cough. "Mountain demons. Mountain demons rarely see the outside world. Why don't you say you want to see the outside world? Remember, this is Thunder Eagle City. Do you understand? This is the border of the demon clan's territory. It can't be more desolate. Which forest did you come from? Even if you're country bumpkins, you too are country bumpkins. You have no common sense at all. Coming from a small place, it's more prosperous than our territory. Forget it. Let's go in and broaden our horizons. By the way, be careful when you see the Thunder Eagle guards. Those idiots were punished just now and they're suffering. That's why we temporarily transferred them over to help. If those guys come out, I'm afraid they'll be angry. You two don't have any background. Be careful. Don't provoke those idiots." Yes. Thank you for your kindness. Sir, you're so kind to us." As he spoke, he took back the identity card. The two of them looked at the content of the message again. Hui Pao, Huermio. Not bad names. Swa Xiao Duo thought. Chapter 1336. The two of them followed the advice and really entered the demon clan's border city like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, blending into the myriad of demons. However, somewhere in the city, a young man who was drunk and lying on a bed in the Immortal Fox restaurant while watching a group of fox demons dance was suddenly stunned. Then, a ball of bright yellow flame suddenly surged on his body and faintly circulated. A three-legged golden crow faintly flashed and instantly evaporated the alcohol without a trace. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Didn't you say that I'll be in charge of this outpost battle first? Why? Did you send another one? Who is this? Something's not right, something's not right." This aura, why is it so unfamiliar, yet it's clearly. Seeing the young man in deep thought, the attendant beside him waved his hand and the fox demons stopped playing. In an instant, the entire Immortal Fox restaurant was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The young man frowned and thought for a long time before finally standing up with a sullen face and said, "Let's settle the bill. It's our fortune that the crown prince can come, how can we settle the bill?" The young man's face sank and took the lead to walk out. The attendant threw a bag of Astral Soul's jade into the arms of the fox demon behind him and sneered, "Does the 9th crown prince lack this little bit of money?" He turned around and left. Behind him, the boss of the Immortal Fox restaurant, the middle-aged fox demon, had a face full of disappointment that she had lost such a good opportunity to flatter. Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan transformed into Hui Pao and Hu Ermio. The furry couple strolled around the Thunder Eagle City and felt that everything was new. To be fair, other than the fact that the Thunder Eagle City was a little dirty and messy, and that it was a little backward in terms of technology, the rest of it was no different from human society. If the city of human society was said to have the atmosphere of the new era of science and technology, then this Thunder Eagle City was probably the city structure of a feudal society tens of thousands of years ago. All kinds of businesses, cultural environment, and people's livelihood were basically there, and there were very few things that were lacking. Especially in terms of rules, there were even more strict laws and regulations. For example, there was a rule that prohibited fighting in the city. It was even stricter than the feudal society of human society. Of course, there were policies at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. Some unruly fights could be seen everywhere. Everyone had nowhere to vent their energy, so it was normal for them to dislike each other. They would either run away after a few rounds of fighting, or they would be captured and sent to the Yaoan organization, or they would be fined, or they would be detained, or they would even be executed directly. Being shot to death was not a rare occurrence. However, there were also those who came out unscathed. Basically, these kinds of demons had more connections, just like how those in power and wealth in human society were different. In short, humans and demons were basically the same. As for Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan, who were disguised as Hui Pao and Hu Ermio, they were the kind of people who had neither money nor connections. Naturally, they had to behave themselves. Not only did they not dare to cause trouble, but they were also very afraid of trouble. As far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of strange demons walking around. Some had the heads of wolves, some had the heads of lions, some had the heads of leopards, some had the heads of snakes, and some had the heads of birds. Among them, the fewest were those with bare heads, and the most were those with bird heads. The world is so big, and it's really wonderful. Zhua Xiaoyan clicked her tongue in wonder and transmitted her voice to Zhua Xiaoduo. How could they see so many wonderful scenes if they didn't come to the demon realm? Although there are many changes, they still remain the same. If you replace the faces of the demons with the handsome, ugly, and beautiful faces of humans, it's actually just a so-so. Zhua Xiaoduo replied in a deep voice. Zhua Xiaoduo's focus was not on the appearance of the demons. Using his scattered and shallow divine sense, he sensed again and found that many of the demons who swaggered through the streets had quite impressive cultivation bases. A considerable number of them were fairy realm and Dao integration stage cultivators. He even sensed a few Chaos Prime demons swaggering through the streets. Both Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan knew very well that with the cultivation bases of these demons, it was easy for them to transform into a complete human form. However, in the world of the demon realm, they prided themselves on wearing the face of their own race. If they suddenly appeared with a human head, they would be regarded as a different race. Of course, in the more traditional brothels, those who relied on traditional skills to make a living were not included in this list. In such a place, both Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan couldn't help but sigh. Fuck, there are so many fucking demons. In fact, for the demon realm, this was the most normal state of affairs. For example, if a human who lived in a city went to a big human city, very few people would sigh and say, "It's strange that there are so many people." However, even if the demons heard Shuo and his wife's ridicule, they wouldn't find it strange. After all, the two's demon settings were clear at a glance. It was just two village demons entering the city. It was natural for them to sigh at the number of demons. It was the same logic as humans sighing at the number of people in the city when they saw villagers entering the city. At this moment, Shuo vaguely felt that someone seemed to be spying on him. Furthermore, the divine sense was very pure and powerful. He was immediately startled. "I'm already in this state, but I'm still being watched. This doesn't make sense." Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. A strong fragrance wafted over. Shuo's eyes turned, and he pulled Shuoyan. The two of them looked in the direction of the fragrance at the same time. As Shuoyan thought about it, she transmitted her voice in surprise. "There's actually someone selling demon beast meat here." This was as strange as seeing someone directly set up a stall to sell human meat in human society. Looking in the direction of the fragrance, they saw a fox demon with 6 tails swaying proudly. He was holding a large fan in his hand and constantly fanning the iron shelf in front of him. The fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. "Take a look and taste it. It's an authentic 3-tailed pheasant. It's as fast as lightning and can fly high in the sky. It can warn people within 100 miles and can travel 3,000 miles in a second. It's the most difficult to catch 3-tailed pheasant. Its meat is tender and chewy, and it's delicious. If you miss this meal, you don't know when the next one will be. Everyone, don't miss out on this. It's an authentic delicacy, a gift from nature in the mountains and seas. It's a heaven-sent delicacy that's hard to catch except for the Fox clan. And the newly released pheasant feathers today. They're so colorful and have powerful effects. They can also be used as the most beautiful decoration. They're cheap and only cost 100 medium-grade astral souls jade to get a whole set of pheasant feathers. Add another 100 medium-grade ones, and you'll be able to taste the delicious 3-tailed pheasant." In a flash, many demons had already surrounded it while drooling. "This is good stuff, but it's too expensive." "Hey, boss, what are you talking about? This is a 3-tailed pheasant, not a 1-tailed pheasant or a 2-tailed pheasant. Don't you know how hard it is to catch it? Be honest, it's not expensive, it's not expensive." "Of course I know it's a 3-tailed pheasant. It's obviously not a 6-tailed pheasant, but your price." "Hey! Sir, you must be joking. If it's a 6-tailed pheasant, I wouldn't be able to catch it. I might even be killed." "That's true. If it's a 6-tailed pheasant, it would be your turn to be roasted and sold." "Hee hee. Sir, you're right. But if it catches me, I won't be roasted and sold. I'll be sold directly for my skin and tail. I have a pile of pheasants here, and only the skin and tail are worth some money. How many do you want?" "Ha ha ha. Since you know what's good for you, I'll take 2 and a set of pheasant feathers." "Okay." They haggled and sold at the same time. Business was booming, and the number of 3-tailed pheasants and pheasant feathers on the shelf decreased significantly. This fox demon was wearing snow-white gloves, and the whole stall was clean and spotless. The aroma was so tempting. Shuo seemed to be interested as well. He parted the crowd of demons and walked in. "I want 4 pheasants, but I don't want pheasant feathers." Shuo pretended to be rich and overbearing, but at the same time, he didn't have any magnanimity. "Okay. Boss who is mighty, and Mrs. who is so beautiful. It seems like you approve of pheasants. I have a lot here." One had to admit that this fox demon was really good at business. He talked like a demon and talked like a tiger. "How many do you have?" Xiao Duo really wanted to buy more. How many do you want? I'll take as many as you have. I have as many as you want. While the two of them were talking, they had reached this point in a flash. Xiao Duo. Cough, Hui Bao waved his big hand. I have as many as you want. Great, give me 100,000 pheasants first. If it's not enough, I'll tell you. The spiritual sense was very close. Xiaoduo's expression did not change. Even his heartbeat did not change. He was exactly the same as the other customers. It was as if there was nothing in his eyes other than the delicious food in front of him. The fox demon's face turned bitter. Boss. Are you kidding me? Didn't you say that you have as many as I want? I definitely don't have 100,000 pheasants. I only have a little more than 1,000 pheasants. Are you sure you want all of them? The fox demon asked provocatively. According to the retail price just now, a roasted pheasant would cost 100 pieces of medium-grade jade of astral souls. 1,000 pheasants would cost more than 100,000 pieces of medium-grade jade of astral souls. It was not a small expense. The fox demon did not believe that this country bumpkin tiger demon would be willing to spend so much money in one go. This tiger must be stupid. He opened his mouth and bragged. They're all roasted. Of course. The storage ring can keep them warm. I'll take them out in case they're still steaming hot. 1,000 pheasants. I'll take all of them. Xiao Duo stroked the most inferior storage ring on his finger and began to put out rows of medium-grade jade of astral souls. These medium-grade astral souls were completely useless to Xiao Duo. Their biggest use was to produce astral souls jade powder. He did not feel the pinch at all when he threw them out. However, these low-level demons were shocked by his forthright behavior. Quite a number of demons had gathered together, their eyes shining brightly as they watched this rich tiger take out piles after piles of money. 100 for one. 1,000 pheasants will be 100,000. Xiao Duo piled up a few piles of money. The six-tailed fox demon looked nervous and kept saying, "That's 10,000. I'll take it. Another 10,000. I'll take it. 70,000. 80,000. The fox's eyes kept looking around vigilantly. She complained in her heart. Damn, where did such a rich tiger come from? It's fine if you want 1,000 pheasants at once, but I'm scared out of my wits collecting the money. Once this deal is done, I'll turn from a fox into a fat sheep. Chapter 1337. This was 100,000 mid-grade jade of astral souls. Oh my god. The fox wailed in its heart. If I sold it slowly and didn't make it too obvious, nothing would have happened to me. But you bought it all in one go. Is 100,000 enough? Xiao Duo took out the last 10,000. It's enough, it's enough. The fox was about to cry. There's not much left in the ring. I'll just give it all to you. You don't have to tell me it's more than 1,000, I'll just take 1,000 to round it up. Xiao Duo directly emptied the ring and took out about 300 to 400 mid-grade jade of astral souls. Then, he began to fill the empty space ring with three-tailed pheasants. The fragrant three-tailed pheasants, seasonings, and even an iron rack were all taken away. However, no demon would think that tycoon who liked to take advantage of small things. He had given them an extra 300 to 400 mid-grade jade of astral souls. What kind of small things could he not buy? Besides, he had bought so many at once. It was already unreasonable for him not to give him a discount. Yet, he still took the extra jade of astral souls. If he continued to haggle over small things, it would be his fault no matter what. Well, it's enough. I'm leaving. Tycoon Huipao walked away and waved his hand without leaving a trace. The six-tailed fox wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. She hugged her ring that was filled with star-souled jades excitedly. She could feel the malicious gazes around her that were like wolves and tigers. At once, her heart was filled with the realization that she was a fat sheep. Not far away. The young man stood at the corner of the street and frowned as he looked at the back of the rich man, Huipao, who was casually throwing away money. Could it be a coincidence? When he came over and noticed this guy, he turned around and went to buy the three-tailed pheasants. Then, it caused a commotion. Now, he turned around and went to buy other food. Did this guy like to eat so much? Two foodies. This seemed a little strange. They were merely two returning profound realmed tiger demons. Yet their bodies faintly emitted a kind of pure demonic aura that belonged to the demon race's royal family. Although it wasn't obvious, most of it was neutralized by the tiger clan's aura. Perhaps other races besides the royal family couldn't clearly distinguish between them. But this definitely didn't include him. The demonic aura of the three-legged golden crow is the unique aura of our demon royal clan. How could I be wrong? Because this was almost equivalent to his own demonic aura. The ninth prince narrowed his eyes as he looked at the tiger demon in front of him. Various thoughts flashed through his eyes. The communication jade in his hand kept sending out messages. Boss, do you know two returning profound realm tiger demons? He looks like. You don't know. Okay, I'm fine. Second brother, you know. Youngest, you know two returning profound realm beasts. You don't know him either. Never come into contact with them. Are you sure? Are you sure? Yes. Ninth prince silently put down his communication jade. His expression turned grave. None of the 9 brothers had come into contact with these two tiger demons. Then, where did the royal demonic aura on them come from? This was not only thought-provoking but also terrifying. Be careful. It seems like someone is watching us. Swishaonian, Hu Ermio, sent a voice transmission carefully. Yes. Huipao frowned. It's okay. Let's wait for him to come and see what he has to say. Compared to the couple who had reached the Grand Luo realm, their divine senses were even more shocking and frightening. When the demon young man was paying attention to them, Swishaw Duo had sensed his presence even earlier. However, the young man didn't take any further action. Swishaw Duo could only take one step at a time. No matter what, acting rashly was tantamount to exposing themselves. It was not good to be overly suspicious. Huang's sword clearly stated that the aura on them was the genuine royal demonic aura of the demon clan. Ordinary demons wouldn't be able to attack them directly, especially those who could sense the aura of the demon clan's royal family. They were definitely not ordinary demons. Even if they were suspicious, they still wouldn't dare to attack. Swishaw Duo fully agreed with Sword of Empress Enviwa on this point. That was why Swishaw Duo chose to change his cowardly image and act like a rich man who didn't lack money. Aren't you paying attention to me? Then I might as well let you pay more attention to me. Let's see what you can do. Because it was impossible to escape at a time like this. On the contrary, it would cause the other party to react violently. As for whether the 6-tailed demon fox would be treated as a fat sheep with such great wealth, that wasn't something Swishaw Duo needed to consider. Feeling that the spiritual sense was getting closer and closer to him, Swishao's heart was still steady. Because that faintly discernible spiritual sense was more of bewilderment, but there was no obvious malice. In the end, even if there was malice, it was hiding it with all its might. That was enough. Swishao's heart was set. He hugged Ermio's waist and said with great interest, "It smells good in front." It seems to be your favorite iron cow. Heartwarming lowered her eyebrows and smiled, then. Let's go eat now. Okay. The two of them rushed to the restaurant excitedly. This was already known as the most luxurious restaurant in Thunder Eagle City. In its core, it was merely a 3-story building built with wood. The wind was blowing on all 4 sides, and there were a few curtains hanging on it. If one had to use a nice word to describe it, it would be elegant, barely fitting the scenery. Duo casually ordered a few dishes and 2 pots of wine. They sat down by the window on the 3rd floor. The two of them held up their furry tiger heads and began to eat heartily. It had to be said that the taste of wild game in the demon clan was unexpectedly authentic. Not only was Duo beaming with joy, but Xiaoyan was also greatly surprised. She didn't expect that the dishes cooked by the demon clan could be so delicious. The wine was also unexpectedly outstanding. The aftertaste lingered for a long time and didn't dissipate for a long time. However, when she saw that the owner of the restaurant was a golden-haired monkey with fiery eyes and red buttocks, she didn't feel so surprised that the demon clan's gourmet chefs were usually from 2 races. They were either the males of the Fox clan or the entire Monkey clan. As for the others, the only thing that could be mentioned was the bear paws made by the Bear clan. They were slightly outstanding and stood out from the rest. The wine and dishes had just been served. The red-clothed young man walked upstairs slowly. He was handsome and elegant. Waving his folding fan, he walked over gracefully with a smile on his face. Friends from the Tiger clan, please. Duo raised his head and was a little wary. You are. The red-clothed young man smiled faintly and said, I'm Yang Renjing. Seeing that the two of you are in love with each other, I can't help but feel envious. I want to make friends with the two of you. I wonder if Brother Tiger is willing to give me a chance to be your host. Duo narrowed his eyes and said, what if I say no? Then I'll naturally turn around and leave. Yang Renjing laughed and spoke in a carefree manner. The aura of a superior being inadvertently revealed from his body, as well as the aura of a heavenly noble who was rich in the 4 seas, made people feel admiration. It's a good thing that someone is treating. I've never refused. Duo laughed and swayed his tiger head. Brother Yang, please take a seat. Yang Renjing lifted the hem of his robe and sat down elegantly. He smiled amiably and said, Brother Tiger, the dishes you ordered are really unique and very suitable for my taste. Today's meal is on me. Brother Tiger, please don't be so polite. Then. Brother Tiger, you've spent a lot of money, ah. May I know Brother Tiger's name? My name is Hui Pao. This is my wife, Heartwarming. Duo laughed and said, when my wife was born, her body was exceptionally small, about the size of a kitten. That's why she was named Heartwarming. Ha! Yang Renjing also laughed. Let me toast to Brother Tiger and sister-in-law. Please. Please. The 3 of them raised their cups and drank in one gulp. The atmosphere was harmonious. May I know where Brother Tiger is from? The 2 of us came from Crouching Tiger and Soaring Dragon Mountain. Haha, the name is grand, but we came up with it ourselves. The 2 of us have been living in the mountains all year round and have little experience in worldly affairs. The place where we came from is just a small place. Young Master Yang, please don't laugh at us. How could I? Brother Tiger and sister-in-law are heroic, wise, and smart. No matter where you come from, you're the best of the best. Yang Renjing chatted enthusiastically while drinking. Slowly, he began to uncover the background of the tiger couple without leaving a trace. Slowly, with the cooperation of one who had already made up a lie and the cooperation of the other who was serious and meticulous, those who were interested in it all got what they wanted. Yang Renjing frowned occasionally. Obviously, he was seriously thinking about the information revealed by Hui Pao in front of him. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were also muttering in their hearts. Who is this guy? He doesn't seem to have good intentions. His aura was as vast as the sea. Although he might not be comparable to the two of them, but looking at the entire star-spirit continent, other than the two of them, there didn't seem to be anyone who could compare to this fellow in front of them. Even Li Changlong and Long Yuxing were slightly inferior, or perhaps even more. Where did such a terrifying guy come from? What's more, when Zhuo Xiaoduo carefully sensed his aura, his heart couldn't help but sink slightly. Did he meet the royal family of the demon race? The aura that this guy exudes is a little bit similar to Zhao's demon aura, that it can't be so coincidental, and I can't be so unlucky, right? Don't tell me that I just randomly met a demon emperor crown prince. What he didn't know was that this was not a casual conversation. If Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't have the golden crow's feathers and the aura that belonged to the demon king's bloodline, then even if he met Yang Renjing 1,000 times, Yang Renjing still wouldn't say a word to him. Sorry for asking. Yang Renjing smiled amiably, but with some doubt, he said, there is an aura on Brother Hu that I am very familiar with, but the origin of this aura is very strange. It should not have landed on Brother Hu and his wife. It really makes me feel surprised and puzzled. Zhuo Xiaoduo widened his eyes and said in surprise, special aura. What special aura? Brother Yang, you appeared in the appearance of a humanoid. I haven't asked. Which race are you from? Yang Renjing gave a deep smile. All of a sudden, a hazy halo of sunlight emerged above his head. In the halo, a golden crow of 3 races was flying. He said blandly, Brother Tiger, do you know where I come from now? Chapter 1338. Royal Family. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. His face was sweating. But His Highness the Crown Prince. As he spoke, he was about to salute. Hey, you and I hit it off at first sight. We're friends, but there's no such thing as a crown prince. Yang Renjing laughed and stopped Zhuo Xiaoduo from saluting. He said, I'm the 9th among my brothers. Brother Tiger, you can call me Little 9. I don't dare. Zhuo Xiaoduo behaved very cautiously, as if he didn't dare to say more. Yang Renjing persuaded Zhuo Xiaoduo for a long time before he relaxed a little bit. Brother Tiger, you know that our royal bloodline is very sensitive to each other. Even if we're thousands of miles apart, we can still sense each other clearly. This is the power of our bloodline. We respond to each other. The only difference is the strength. But it's also because of this that I can't help feeling different. Brother Tiger, why do you have the aura of the royal family? Yang Renjing asked, may I ask if Brother Tiger has ever come into contact with one of our royal bloodline? One of them. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked confused. The aura of the royal family. This. No. It's impossible. How can I have the aura of the royal family? This. Where did this come from? Zhuo Xiaoduo had already cursed the sword of Empress Envihua in his heart. Elder Jian, what Elder Jian? I don't think this old guy has any good intentions. He urged me to use Xiao's feather, but in less than a day, I've been targeted by the 9th prince of the Demon Emperor. This is simply well, Zhuo Xiaoduo had always used people to face the front, not the back. Huang's sword's method was the most appropriate and almost flawless way to deal with it. But now, he had hit the nail on the head. The only flaw was that he had met the person who could see through it. Everything could only be attributed to a coincidence. Am I really unlucky to be with Zhu Yan? Yang Renjing smiled faintly and said with certainty, this aura is pure and pure. I can't be wrong. It's an aura that belongs to the Demon Emperor's bloodline. I can't be wrong. Xiaoduo and his wife looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know what was going on, and their hearts were full of confusion. Or perhaps, Brother Tiger, you've met one of the members of our royal family. Yang Renjing moved closer. Moreover, he had been there for so long, so he was even more certain that this aura was exceptionally intimate. Although it was unfamiliar, it still felt familiar. It was probably from their bloodline that they felt close to each other. However, this was clearly not any of the members of the royal bloodline in his memories. Yang Renjing had already thought of all his brothers and sisters, and even the relatives of his imperial father and imperial mother, but he still felt nothing. But this result was even more strange. Could it be that there were still bloodlines of the royal family that he didn't know about? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. In a moment, his imagination was running wild. Then, an unprecedented thought came to his mind. Could it be that imperial father was hunting outside? Otherwise, how could such a pure aura be explained? One must know that the Demon Emperor's bloodline was the most sensitive. He had just shown the Golden Crow Dharma form. Logically speaking, the owner of this aura should have sensed it. If this aura belonged to someone of the royal family, they should have taken the initiative to contact him. But now, there was no movement at all. It was simply and Yang Renjing didn't dare to be rough at this moment. This was a matter related to the royal family's dignity and privacy. He couldn't ignore it. Brother Tiger, you've come from afar. You don't have a place to stay, do you? Why don't you stay in my residence temporarily? Yang Renjing invited him warmly. Xiaoduo knew clearly that since the other party had said so, the matter had already been decided. He had no room to refuse. He had to go, even if he didn't want to. Since he refused a toast, he would naturally be punished. Your Highness's invitation is deeply appreciated. It's just that we've disturbed your Highness. You're welcome, you're welcome. Brother Tiger and I feel like old friends at first sight. We should share a good time together. Ha ha ha. Yang Renjing confirmed again. Seeing Xiaoduo agree without hesitation, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He invited him even more eagerly. So, the three of them. No, 2 people and 1 demon ate and drank to their heart's content. Then, they went to the 9th prince's residence. Obviously, it used to be a big demon's residence. The 9th prince had temporarily vacated it. There were still traces in the corner that hadn't been cleaned. It seemed to be a black feather. After settling down Xiaoduo and his wife, Yang Renjing left in a hurry. The reason was simple and violent. His communication jade was about to explode. It was about to explode from the sudden surge of messages. Countless messages were asking about it. Who is it? Have you found out? It's third brother, right? Something must have happened to this guy when he was playing outside. Ha ha ha. Is it eldest brother? Normally, this fellow is the only one who looks sanctimonious, but it's hard to say if he isn't a thief or a prostitute. Fourth brother has the most fun outside. I bet it's fourth brother. Yang Renjing really wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't dare to reply to any of these messages. What was going on? None of his brothers knew about it. He didn't dare to say it. Once it was spread out. Haha, if none of his brothers knew about it, who would? Wouldn't that be like pouring a bucket of shit on father's head? Even if Yang Renjing had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to spread gossip about father. With a pale face, he rushed into the secret chamber. He immediately took out the communication jade to contact the Demon Emperor and sent the message over. Father, I have an urgent matter to report. The Demon Emperor replied after a few minutes, what's the matter? I found a demon aura with the royal bloodline in the Thunder Eagle City, but... Yang Renjing told him the whole story. He was perturbed. His emotions were complicated and indescribable. The demon emperor was a little confused after hearing it. Bastard, are you suspecting that I did that outside? You seem to be sure. Emperor Jun was furious. If he wasn't there, he would have done it. I don't dare to say that. Yang Renjing was shocked. What I mean is it royal uncle Donghuang's? That? But I don't dare to ask him. The demon emperor only pondered for a moment. Then, his eyes flashed with the color of gossip. Once it didn't concern him, the gossip would be interesting. And what his son said made sense. There might be some mistakes in other things, but this royal bloodline couldn't be wrong. Since it wasn't him, then it must be his second brother. There was no need to think about it. There were only 3 three-legged golden crows in the world that could produce pure royal bloodline. 2 of them were his wife and himself. But it had nothing to do with him. There was no doubt about the answer. It was him. Who would have thought that this kid could do such a big thing after so many years? You really couldn't judge a book by its cover. To think that he was so sanctimonious every day. Are you sure the bloodline is very pure? Yes. How did you confirm? Well, anyway, the children of big brother and second brother don't have such a pure aura. And such a pure royal aura can only be found in the children and brothers. That was right. The demon emperor was relieved. Okay, you handled it well. You did a good job. But don't spread it around. If you dare to ruin your uncle's reputation, I won't forgive you. The demon emperor warned. Yang Renjing immediately understood. Don't worry, father. I know. I will keep it a secret for father. Ahem, ahem. The demon emperor frowned. Your laughter. Yang Renjing was taken aback. I have absolutely no doubts about what you mean, father. I really think that Uncle Donghuang. Ha ha ha. The demon emperor smiled amiably. Old Nine, you've done well. Wait for my reward. The communication was cut off. Yang Renjing's face was pale and his eyes were blank. Damn, father seemed to have approved of his words. Why couldn't he hold it in at the last moment? Looks like he's in big trouble. The demon emperor went to Donghuang immediately. To him, this was not only gossip but also interesting. He was born early and gave birth to many children. Donghuang had never been close to women. Now that he had children, it was a good thing. But this guy actually hid it from him. Ha! I finally got something on him. After carefully recalling again and confirming that it was not his child, the demon emperor smiled in satisfaction. Second brother, I'm here. I'm here to talk about life and dreams with you. This time, I want to vent my anger. Ha, Tai, you actually called me licentious for so many years. The heavens really have reincarnation, and you have a fucking day like this. The demon emperor couldn't wait. He directly tore through space and arrived at Donghuang Palace. Second brother, ha ha ha. Are you busy? The demon emperor tried to find something to talk about. What's the matter? Donghuang instinctively felt that there must be something wrong with his big brother's sudden arrival. Your smile is a little strange. Are you up to something? Nonsense, nonsense. Can't I come if there's nothing? Am I the kind of person you're talking about? The demon emperor looked at Donghuang with a smile and didn't speak for a long time. This strange gaze made Donghuang's hair stand on end. He couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? The demon emperor paced 2 steps, sighed, and prepared his emotions. Then, he looked at the rosy clouds in the sky and suddenly sighed. second brother, ever since you and I were born, we struggled to survive in the vast chaos and experienced countless tribulations. Now that I think about it, it's really like a dream. Dongwang was confused. Huh? Big brother is right. Now that I think about it, you and I fought side by side, from the chaos to the opening of the sky, from the opening of the sky to the 3 races of Dragon Han, and then to Zhu Wu and Liang Liang, and then to... The journey was really not easy. As the Demon Emperor spoke, he seemed to be emotional. Big brother, you... Dongwang felt more and more confused. Why are you feeling sentimental now? Thinking about it, I have your sister-in-law by my side, and I can often drink and chat with you. It's not really lonely, and I have so many children. Although I have a lot to worry about, I'm not lonely. The Demon Emperor sighed and finally turned to look at Dongwang. He said sincerely, only you have been alone for so many years, empty and lonely. Second brother, aren't you? A little too lonely. At this moment, Dongwang completely didn't realize the true meaning of his big brother's words. He only replied indifferently, it's all right. Although you have some concubines, you've never fallen in love, so you don't have any descendants. The Demon Emperor sighed and glanced at Dongwang's face from the corner of his eyes. Dongwang's self-proclaimed unmoved state of mind inexplicably surged with a sense of impatience. He was even a little flustered. What the hell was this guy talking about? Chapter 1339. Dongwang was annoyed, but he couldn't figure it out. So, he just rolled his eyes and ignored him. But second brother, to be honest, you should have a little thing to accompany you. Although it's very worrying, although it's very annoying, and sometimes you can't wait to beat it 8 times a day. But, it's still your blood, your child. The Demon Emperor said sincerely, you can never imagine what kind of joy it is to watch your child learn how to speak. Dongwang finally couldn't take it anymore. He said, Big brother, what are you trying to say? Can you be more straightforward? Straightforward? The Demon Emperor laughed. Don't tell me you don't know what you've done. Do you really want me to say it? Dongwang was exasperated and confused. What have I done? Ha ha ha. Second brother, after so many years, I always thought that you had no secrets in front of me. But, you're really capable. You actually secretly messed around outside. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You have guts. Doubly gutsy. Amazing. Big brother, I admire you. The Demon Emperor's words became more and more sarcastic. Dongwang was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? Who messed around outside? Even if you messed around outside, I wouldn't mess around outside. The Demon Emperor, See, you're anxious, aren't you? You're anxious, you're anxious. Since you didn't do anything, why are you anxious? TSK. What, you can do it, but I can't. Dongwang. He sighed helplessly. What's going on? The Demon Emperor, Still acting. Struggling before death. Looking at how much effort you put in, you must have hidden your emotions for many years, right? I have to say that your brain is really good. Hiding this for so many years, you've put in a lot of effort, second brother. Dongwang already wanted to pull his hair. This sarcastic tone of yours hasn't stopped since you came. Aren't you annoying? What's going on? Say it. If you don't tell me, I'm leaving. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? What, do you think I'm going to harm you? The Demon Emperor rolled his eyes. Dongwang sat down on the throne and stopped talking. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, I've had enough. When the Demon Emperor saw that this fellow was almost done, he felt even more refreshed. He felt that he had the upper hand, so he waved his hand and said, "All of you can leave." The demon god palace maids who were serving by the side agreed in unison and then went down. One by one, they disappeared very quickly. It was obvious that the demon emperor wanted to discuss a secret with His Majesty Dong Huang. Who would dare to listen? Did he want to die? Most likely, when these two emperors spoke in private, it was a huge secret, so huge that it was boundless. What is it? Dong Huang asked weakly. What is it? You've committed a crime. The demon emperor became more and more pleased with himself. It was hard to imagine that a dignified demon emperor would have such a vile face. I've committed a crime. Dong Huang frowned. Yes, you've committed a crime by showing mercy everywhere outside and leaving behind your bloodline. Your bloodline has already appeared, so it can't be hidden anymore. Ha ha ha. Second brother, you're really good. The demon emperor was very pleased with himself. My bloodline. I've shown mercy everywhere outside. Me? Dong Huang's eyes widened to the maximum. He pointed at his own nose and said, "Are you sure you're talking about me? If not you, who else could it be?" The demon emperor snorted. What nonsense are you talking about? Dong Huang was so angry that smoke was about to come out of his head. How is this possible? Impossible. How is it impossible? What's the matter with the sudden appearance of the royal bloodline? You and I both know that only you and I can pass down the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow. Once it appears, it must be the real royal bloodline. The demon emperor rolled his eyes and said, "Apart from you and me, even my children's bloodline is broken. It's rare for them to have such pure bloodline, because in this world, there are no more three-legged golden crows like us. Now, all my children are alive, but there's another pure royal bloodline aura that's different from theirs. Why do you think it's coming from?" The demon emperor narrowed his eyes and moved closer to Dong Huang. He said with a smile, "Second brother, other than the answer that it's your bloodline, what other explanation do you have?" Dong Huang only felt that it was extremely ridiculous. He opened his eyes and said, "Explanation, it's too easy to explain. I can confirm that it's not my bloodline, so it must be your bloodline. It must be that you went out to hunt for food and didn't protect yourself well. Now that you've caused this, you're afraid that your sister-in-law will know, so you've decided to blame it on me first." The more Dong Huang thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was right. He said with more certainty, "Big brother, we're brothers. What can't we say openly? Even if you want me to take the blame for you, you can just say it. Do you have to go through so much trouble and waste your breath?" Hearing Dong Huang's accusation, the demon emperor was stunned and said angrily, "What's wrong with your brain? What blame? How is it a roundabout way?" Dong Huang patted his chest and said, "Big brother, don't worry. I understand everything. Sigh, as long as you say it clearly, there's nothing that can't be discussed between us brothers. I'll take the blame for you. To outsiders, I'll tell them that I gave birth to it, and then I'll raise it as the successor of Dong Huang Palace. I'll definitely not let sister-in-law find any trouble with you. If you have similar problems in the future, you can continue to send it to me. I'll take it all. Who asked us to be brothers? If I don't help you, who will?" Dong Huang patted the demon emperor's shoulder and said earnestly, "But, even if I help you take the blame, you have to tell the truth. It's not right for you to cover me up like this. You have to explain it clearly. Besides, it's not a big deal. It's not like I don't understand you. Back then, you were a playboy, and you didn't refuse anyone. You. Shut up. You shut up." The demon emperor's face turned purple. "Do you know what nonsense you're talking about? I've already agreed to eat this damn cat. Why won't you let me have my fill? That's not mine. That's not mine either. What you did is what you did. So what if you admit it? Do you think I'm afraid of you rebelling? I can give the throne to you now. When have we ever cared about this? Bullshit. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to be the demon emperor back then, do you think you would have gotten the throne? What, after so many years, you want me to take over? No way. You don't look that good, but you're dreaming. The two rulers widened their eyes and gasped for breath. They gradually became incoherent and began to talk nonsense. In the end, it was Dong Huang who spoke first. We're brothers. I'm really willing to take the blame for you. I promise I won't hold it against you in the future. Don't deny it, okay? This isn't a problem. The demon emperor was about to vomit blood. It's really not mine. Dong Huang. If it's not yours, it has to be mine. You have a reason to hide it. You're afraid that sister-in-law will be angry, so it's fine if you hide it. I'm all alone. Who am I afraid of? What do I care? I'm not afraid of you suspecting me. If I have a bloodline, why would I hide it? These words made the demon emperor's head shake. He held his head and muttered. Wait a minute. I'm a little dizzy, Dot. Dong Huang said angrily, tell me, if it's my child, why would I hide it? What reason would I have to hide it? Give me a reason. As long as this reason is valid, I'll admit it. How about it? The demon emperor shook his head and took a few steps back to sit on the chair. He muttered, you mean, it's really not yours. It's really not yours. Fuck. Dong Huang flew into a rage. What's the point of lying to you? The demon emperor said helplessly, but it's not mine either. It's also meaningless for me to hide it from you. You know it. Because you're the one who can take the blame for me unconditionally. Dong Huang was also stunned. It's really not yours. No. But it's not mine either. Huh? Then whose is it? Who else could it be? For a moment, the two emperors fell into an indescribable silence. At this moment, even the air in the palace seemed to have frozen. After a long, long time. Big brother, are you really sure that there's a new bloodline of the three-legged golden crow? It's old 9, Ren Jing, who found it. He swore that it's true. Most importantly, he said it with certainty. Although the demonic aura of the other party is weak, the purity of the demonic aura in the other party's bones seems to be even better than his. Even better than Ren Jing. Even better. That's what old 9 said. I believe he knows the severity of this matter and won't exaggerate. Dong Huang muttered to himself, could it be that there's a new three-legged golden crow in the world? The demon emperor denied it immediately. How's that possible? Even if the calamity starts again, it's not the rebirth of the world. With the beginning of the chaos, the world appeared, and the dawn that gave birth to all things no longer exists. How can another three-legged golden crow be born? Then where did it come from? Dong Huang rolled his eyes. Could it have fallen from the sky? The demon emperor was also puzzled. Both of them were peerless mighty figures with great experience. Although they were not saints, in terms of combat strength and ability, they might not be inferior to saints. In fact, they were much more powerful than those who became saints through virtue. However, these two almighty beings were unable to come up with a solution when faced with the current problem. The two of them had tried to detect the secrets of the heavens, but now that it was the calamity, the secrets of the heavens were so complicated that they could not detect them at all. Even if the two emperors worked together, they still could not find any clues. This confusion of the secrets of the heavens is really annoying. The two emperors cursed together. After a long while. The Golden Crow's bloodline is not a small matter. It's related to the fate of the world. One of us must go and verify it personally, the Demon Emperor said with a sullen face. Chapter 1340. At this point, the relaxed and mocking feeling in Demon Emperor D. Jun's heart had long since disappeared without a trace. He even vaguely felt that this was not a small matter, or it was closely related to the fate of the demon race. Dong Huang was silent for a moment and said, "Since there is a reason for this, let me go and take a look." Emperor Jun nodded in silence. "All right. I still have to suppress the fate here. If you and I both leave, the 8 Zhu Wu of the Wu people will break out, and the million-year plan will be in vain." "All right." Dong Huang hesitated for a moment, and said, "Do you need me to leave the Bell of Chaos to help you suppress the fate?" Emperor Jun laughed. "Second brother, you underestimate me. Do you accept the beating or the punishment?" Dong Huang Tai smiled faintly. "It's okay to accept the beating or the punishment. It's more important to be safe." "No need." Emperor Jun waved his hand decisively, and said, "Back then, you refined the innate yellow gourd into the immortal slaying flying dagger and gave it to the youngest brother to protect himself. You have already lost a lot of your strength. The Bell of Chaos is connected to your fate, so it can't leave you anymore. Even I can't do it. Now that the fate of heaven is in chaos, if you fall into the trap of those old bastards, without the Bell of Chaos, I'm afraid." Dong Huang said faintly, "If they want to scheme against me, they need to have some ability. As for the immortal slaying flying dagger, it was mainly because I was in a bad mood, so I gave it to the youngest brother. Even if it is still in my hands, I will not use it." Emperor Jun said, "The soul-stabilizing wood, the soul of De, and the innate yellow gourd. It is a supreme killing weapon. How can it be a burden in your mouth? It is reasonable that you killed De when the Lich and Demon race were enemies. Why can't you kill your enemy? After so many years, you should have seen through it. There is no need to take it to heart." With his hands behind his back, Dong Huang slowly walked to the window and looked at the Fusang divine tree that covered the sky. His gaze was distant as he said slowly, "There's nothing wrong with killing him. Since we're enemies of life and death, it's natural for us to fight to the death. Since he's not as strong as me, it's only natural that he dies in my hands. When I killed De, I showed no mercy. When I refined De's soul, I did not feel guilty at all. Until now, my original heart has not wavered. But the friendship that we used to be friends will not be erased because of the enmity between the two races." Although he never mentioned the friendship of the past, and I never thought about the past. Those things existed in my life after all. Back then, the demon race was a big tree that attracted the wind. They provoked many enemies and were in danger. Faced with the covetous eyes of the Western religious sect, the heaven-fighting power of the 12 Zhu Wu, the schemes of the 3 Pure Ones, and the secret covetous eyes of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin races, they could come back at any time. The situation was unprecedentedly bad, and they needed to kill the spiritual treasure to stabilize their fate. I refined De's soul, which is what I should do as the Demon Emperor. If I still want to kill. Dong Huang shook his head and smiled bitterly, "I can't pass my own test. The most difficult test for living creatures in the world is their own heart." His eyes were bleak and distant, and he said softly, "Do you know why I was stuck at the peak of Sage to Be for so long? It's because I know that even if I travel hundreds of millions of miles at the peak of Sage to Be, I still can't really become a saint because I can't be emotionless." Emperor Jun walked to his side and looked at the Fusang divine tree with him. He sneered and said disdainfully, "Is it so good to be the emotionless saint? Saints are not necessarily emotionless. It's just that the Great Way is emotionless. Dong Wang Tai said, for example, Her Majesty Empress Enviwa is not emotionless. Sect Master Tong Tian is even more emotional. It's just that their Tao is not my Tao. Emperor Jun revealed a gentle smile and said, Do you know where our ties lie? Dong Huang Tai smiled and shook his head without saying anything. Emperor Jun smiled and said, The only thing that binds us is that we are the emperor of the demon tribe. After a while, he said, If we let go of our bond, it's not a lie that we can become saints immediately. Dong Huang Tai smiled brightly. He turned his head and asked, Can you let it go? The two brothers looked at each other and laughed at the same time. The two brothers were very clear about what a bond was. The Demon Emperor. The monarch of the demon race was their burden. If they let go of this bond, they could become saints immediately, but if they let go of this bond, they would lose the two demon emperors to suppress the world. The current demon race would immediately fall apart and gradually become the food, slaves, and mounts of other races. Could they let go? Yes. Could they let go? They couldn't. They both knew and understood everything in their hearts, but they couldn't let go. This was their obsession, and it would never change until death. Brother, take care. I'm leaving. Dong Huang Tai laughed and stepped out, turning into a stream of light. Demon Emperor Jun stood in front of the window, thinking and looking at the Fusang divine tree. The expression in his eyes changed. After a long time, he asked himself softly, Can I let go? Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm attached to this supreme position. Ha ha ha. Amidst his laughter, the demon emperor's body turned into a ball of great sun-true fire and disappeared. The so-called supreme position was really just a joke. With the cultivation of Di Jun and the Tai brothers, even if they were not demon emperors, they would be supreme wherever they went. What was the difference between having and not having the throne? The only thing he couldn't let go of was the word demon. What could he do? In the demon emperor hole, Empress Shi was looking at the information from various places, frowning slightly. The so-called imperial harem could not interfere in politics, did not exist in the demon emperor's heavenly court. The demon empress had the same authority as the demon emperor in the heavenly court. Sometimes, she even had more say than the demon emperor. Because there were a total of 3 three-legged golden crows in the chaos world. 2 males and 1 female. Even Dong Huang Tai would sometimes act unconvinced and indignant towards the demon emperor Di Jun. He would even shout and draw his sword. In serious cases, he would even dare to fight. But for the demon empress he could only be careful, smile, and bow to her. Even so, he was sometimes beaten up by the demon empress. It couldn't be helped. She was not only his sister-in-law, but also his elder sister. Of course, it was very rare for Dong Huang to be taught a lesson like this. It was so rare that it could be counted with one's fingers. After all, the two of them had high status. It looks like we've become the target of public criticism upon our return. She and the demon empress' elegant faces revealed a hint of worry. There are indeed signs of many sides ready to make a move, but our demon race has many soldiers and generals. As long as we deal with it carefully, it should be fine. Ha! The demon empress smiled faintly, as if she did not care, but her heart was exceptionally heavy. It was an indisputable fact that the demon clan was a big tree that attracted the wind, but it was precisely because of this that all the clans knew that the demon clan was the strongest. This time, after all the clans had returned, everyone seemed to be biding their time on the surface, but in reality, they had all focused their attention on the demon clan continent. It had only been a few days since they returned, but who knew how many secret plans had been set up? Now, the entire demon continent seemed to be peaceful and had the advantage in the war against the demon continent. But who did not know that the demon race was at the mouth of a volcano and could be targeted by all the races at any time? If they had a choice, the demon continent would prefer to return alone like the demon continent. As long as they put in a lot of effort to pacify the three continents in the shortest time possible and turn the three continents into the demon race's backyard, the demon race would not be afraid even if all the races returned and targeted them together. But now, they had returned together. Even the two demon emperors found it extremely difficult to deal with such an outcome, and they were unable to do anything about it. They really did not expect that their original wish to return to their ancestral land would become the target of public criticism. What could they do? Where did His Majesty go? The demon empress asked. His Majesty did not say. Humph. The demon empress snorted and said, he is becoming more and more unrestrained. What time is it now? Fresh flowers are being cooked in the fire, and he still has the mood to go out for a stroll and return to his ancestral land. Is this what a demon emperor should do? The guards and palace maids all kept quiet out of fear. The demon emperor had just returned. When he heard this, he did not dare to enter and hid outside. He wanted to sneak into the imperial study and hide for a few days. At this moment, there was a violent sound of air being torn apart outside. Report. The White Tiger Sage of the West sent a message. The Shengliu Grand Sage was attacked by the Western sect and refused to be converted. He is severely injured and is now on the run. No one knows if he is dead or alive. The Western sect. Shiha's eyes sharpened. Just as she was about to speak, the demon emperor's figure suddenly appeared, his face solemn. Calm down. Then he asked, do you know who attacked him? One of them is the Golden Rock Sage, leading 5 Western sages. Shiha and Emperor Jun looked at each other and felt that this was not normal. Emperor Jun pondered for a moment and said, let the Red Sparrow go and take a look. Shiha frowned and said, the Red Sparrow alone is no match for the Golden Rock. I know. The Monster King's eyes flashed and he said, but among all the generals of the Monster Clan, only Rosefinch is faster than the Rock except the Monster Master. If necessary, let Rosefinch and White Tiger take Xianglu to Xuanwu. Even if you die, you have to hold on for a month. The Demon Emperor's expression was cold. What do you mean by a month? I suspect that the Western sect is trying to lure me away. They want to take advantage of my absence to attack, the Demon Emperor muttered. As long as Zhu Wu does not appear, they will not be able to do anything to the foundation of the demon race. Don't be blindly optimistic. How can they not know what we know? This is no longer a secret. The Demon Empress took a deep breath and said, there are many experts in the Western sect. The 3 pure ones are silent. The fiend ancestor Rahu saw countless demons die, but he still endured and did not attack. I suspect that the ultimate goal of all the current events is the destruction of the demon race. As long as any party attacks, the rest will wait for an opportunity to attack until they die. Chapter 1341. Although the Western sect has only sent out a golden-winged rock, there might be others coveting it. As the saying goes, a slight move will affect the entire body. When the time comes, we will have to move even if we don't want to. He said, so. I mean, let's not make a move on Xianglu's side. The Demon Emperor was silent for a moment before saying, that's good too. Xianglu is now in their preset bait. They probably won't kill him immediately. Let's not make a move for 3 days first. I hope he can survive this. Before he could give the order, he heard another spatial tear. Report. Speak. The great sage of the northern land, Ji Meng, was killed by the Randang Buddha. He died and his Tao disappeared. The million demons under the great sage of Ji Meng were all converted by the Randang Buddha. Paw! The demon emperor slapped the dragon table. The Western sect is going too far. Don't be impatient. The demon empress said calmly, that Randang is an ancient Buddha of the Western sect. He has a respected status. If he attacked, I'm afraid he wouldn't just do that. Report. There was another sound of space being torn apart. In the Hingduan mountain range west of Thunder Eagle City, a blood river surged and poured into Thunder Eagle City. The Azura race has made a large move. The demon master is fighting the patriarch of the Nether River. For the time being, there is no victor. However, the blood river has already been established. The situation is not optimistic. Another one. The demon emperor's eyes flickered and became more and more dangerous. However, there was also a hint of gloating. Ignoring the other places, the underworld river in Thunder Eagle City was definitely in big trouble. Because Donghuang Tai had just gone over. According to the time, he should be there now. Why don't we always say that luck is also a part of strength? This time, Mingi's luck is very bad. The demon emperor sighed and heaved a rare sigh of relief. Why? The demon empress asked curiously. Because of a karma, Tai went to Thunder Eagle City. According to the time, it was when Mingi and Kuan-Peng just started fighting. Mingi fought Kuan-Peng and Tai at the same time. It's not surprising that he was eliminated early in this calamity. The demon emperor sneered, fate, it really is fate. The demon empress' expression also relaxed. What a coincidence. Why did second brother think of running to such a remote place at this time? There's a reason for this, and it's really a lucky hit. Ren Jing said he found it over there. When Monster Emperor Jun spoke of this matter, even he himself felt that it was a matter of fate. It just so happened that strange news came from the other side. The key to this must be a special case involving one of the three of them. Then, Tai went over, and there came the news that the Styx had launched a large-scale attack. It had to be said that all of this was too coincidental that even if they had discussed it in advance, it would have been difficult to reach such a seamless state. Royal bloodline. Demon Empress Shiha muttered to herself and couldn't help but frown. Her thoughts instantly wandered to another direction. Why would a new royal bloodline appear? Little Nine spoke of the purest royal bloodline. Could Little Nine have sensed wrongly? What kind of big matter is this? Little Nine has always been steady. If he didn't have full confidence, why would he send the news back so hastily? Your Majesty, how could you forget that the so-called purest royal bloodline is actually the purest three-legged golden crow bloodline? Even if you or second brother fooled around outside and left behind a pearl in the sea, it would still be difficult to have the purest golden crow bloodline. Only our direct descendants can have the purest golden crow bloodline. A glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in Demon Empress Shiha's eyes. Your Majesty, do you think that little Seven has returned? The Demon Emperor sighed and reached out to pull his wife into his arms. He said in a low voice, of course I want little Seven to return, but little Seven has been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. All these years, you and I have searched high and low, but we haven't even found a trace of his scattered soul. I know what you're thinking. But I'm afraid that's impossible. The Demon Empress closed her eyes and forced a smile. I always feel that no news is good news. I'm not willing to let go of that little bit of hope. Today's matter is strange, so I said it casually, causing your Majesty and me to worry again. Sigh. The husband and wife snuggled up to each other. Although the Demon Empress appeared to have calmed down, how could the Demon Emperor not know his wife's situation? As strong as she was, it was rare for her to be so weak in his arms. Now, it proved that his wife's heart still hadn't let go. It's been so many years. If you can let go, then let go, the demon emperor said softly. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have already let go or forgotten. The demon empress said indifferently. But a mother will never forget her own son. How can she let go if she doesn't close her eyes in peace? A cold light flashed in her phoenix eyes. I still can't forget about little Seven's past. There's something fishy about it. Little Seven has always been obedient. Why would he enter the chaos realm so rashly? He must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances and was forced to enter. What was the scheme behind it? Taking a step back, Her Majesty Empress Envoi had already predicted that little Seven would have a predestined fate. She specially bestowed the Huahuang sword to protect little Seven. Even if something happened to him, the Huahuang sword could send a message back. However, even the psychic Huahuang sword didn't send any message back. The Huahuang sword is a psychic divine item that accompanied Her Majesty Empress Envoi to mend the heavens. Its providence is even higher than little Seven's, and it's not something that ordinary people can suppress. Except for a few saints, who can suppress such a monstrous providence. The case back then was full of doubts. It was because it was difficult to conclude the case that I had this hope. If little Seven really died, how can you and I, as parents, not seek justice for our son? The demon emperor sighed and said, we must seek justice for them. Second brother and I have discussed this matter countless times. Don't worry. The heavenly Tao will reincarnate. When the time comes to settle the score, no one will be able to escape. A cold light flickered in the demon empress' eyes. He concealed the heavenly secrets with one hand and confused the three of us with the other. He set up such a monstrous trap just to kill little Seven. The backup plan must be related to the demon court. I just don't know why he stopped halfway. Just as they were talking. Report. There was another sound. The demon emperor frowned and could not suppress his anger. What is it? In the place where our race and the demon race are fighting, the demon race has counterattacked. Not only did the evil dragon and dark phoenix appear to help, but the god-slaying spear also entered the battle and started a massacre. The demon emperor was stunned when he heard that. Now that even the demon race had begun to counterattack, wouldn't the demon race be surrounded by enemies from all sides? Orders, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5 princes will lead the demon gods to battle. Once Luoho appears, the entire army will retreat and lure Luoho into the demon court. Yes. The demon emperor had already lost his composure. He was flustered and exasperated. He grabbed the void with one hand, and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. Killing intent flowed all over his body, as if it was about to soar into the sky and fill the world. Obviously, after receiving repeated reports, this demon race emperor, who had always been calm, could no longer suppress his violent emotions. He wanted to go on a killing spree to vent the frustration in his heart. After wandering in the starry sky of the outer domain for so many years, he had just returned and encountered such a thing. How could he endure it? Am I a soft persimmon that can be picked out and pinched by anyone who isn't a human or not? What a bastard! Just as he was infuriated, he felt a warmth in his hand. It was the demon empress' small hand that was holding his large hand, and her other small hand gently took the sword in his hand. She said softly, you can't be angry, and you can't panic. Now that the calamity has begun again, the heavenly secrets have been mixed up, and our race is facing enemies from all sides. Perhaps, the current situation is intentional, waiting for you to fight in anger. It's rare for you to be calm. At a time like this, even if corpses are everywhere, you, the demon emperor, have to sit still and calm down. If you panic, then the entire demon race will not have a backbone to speak of. As long as you are still here, and the He Tu and Luo Shu suppresses the destiny, the demon race will always exist. But if you are no longer here, the destiny will be snatched away, and the demon race will be completely finished. During the calamity, destiny was plundered. Now that our demon race has returned, our destiny is the strongest. Naturally, we are the targets to be plundered. No matter how the demon emperor arranges, no matter how much pressure the demon race exerts, their first target will always be you. It must be you. The demon empress he was unprecedentedly calm. She said calmly, "Go back to your throne, and don't go anywhere. Even if there are bad news, you have to stay calm." Chapter 1342. It should be because very few people were willing to listen to their stories. Therefore, although the Red Summit Demon Sage was unwilling and impatient at the beginning, he didn't know where to start. Many memories were fermenting in his heart. Since it was rare for someone to be willing to listen, he might as well tell them to his heart's content that the Red Summit Demon Sage's stories were mostly self-centered bragging. Most of them were exaggerated. However, in the process of his narration, he mentioned many names, deeds of many great demons, weapons, and cultivation bases. Everything he said was true and not without reason. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan tried their best to remember, trying to find something useful from these clues. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed that Li Chenglong wasn't here. He was an expert in organizing information and gathering. He could achieve twice the result with half the effort. He and Zhuo Xiaoyan could only bury their heads in memory. They didn't gain much. This black cloud's great deity is so powerful. He can actually. Shouldn't this black tortoise saint be rather clumsy? He can actually move as if he's flying, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. Cough cough. I misunderstood. Aren't there 365 demon gods under the demon emperor? What did you say just now? Oh, I'm ignorant. I only heard about it from others. Lord Red Summit is indeed awesome. Wow, you can even do that. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo took the opportunity to ask a variety of questions, they weren't disgusting. Especially the timing of the questions, they were all perfect. It greatly encouraged the Red Summit Demon Sage to talk. The more the Red Summit Demon Sage talked, the more excited he became. For a moment, he recalled the past. Now that he recalled it, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy and the indifference of a bystander. However, the blood in his heart was surging more and more as he talked. Back then, we 48 demon gods laid down the incomplete demon god formation to fight against the Dipankara Buddha of the Western sect. That battle was so dangerous that, when we were unprepared, the Dipankara Buddha suddenly appeared in front of us. 36 seas suppressing pearls instantly turned into 36 seas and fell from the sky. It was so vast that the land was. The demon sage's voice was distant as he spoke of the most dangerous battle of his life. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan listened attentively. At this moment, Red Top Demon Sage was stunned for a moment and didn't finish his words. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan also faintly felt that the ground beneath their feet was shaking strangely. It felt like waves on a calm lake. However, how could the thick earth give off the feeling of slight undulations? Immediately after, a faint smell of blood faintly spread out, and a boundless murderous aura arrived. The red apex demon saint's eyes revealed a look of vigilance. His eyes slowly turned, and he suddenly roared, "Oh no, it's the blood river." He stretched out his hand and swept up Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. The moment he rose into the air, he returned to his original form. He was a huge white crane with a wingspan of 1,000 meters. Just as the red-top demon sage soared into the air, there was a soft boom, and an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. Zhou Xiaoduo subconsciously looked down and saw that the entire Thunder Eagle city had turned into a sea of blood. Usually, the so-called foul wind and bloody rain, the sea of blood and the sea of blood were just a metaphor. At this moment, it was really devouring living beings in front of the sea of blood. Countless demons were struggling and screaming in the sea of blood. Their skin, flesh, and bones were being melted bit by the boundless sea of blood. Those with weaker cultivations were completely melted away in an instant, not even leaving behind a corpse. Looking around, the entire Thunder Eagle city, including the surrounding thousands of kilometers, was filled with a sea of blood that was wreaking havoc. After a while, countless ferocious creatures appeared from the sea of blood. All kinds of tentacles dragged countless struggling demons into the depths of the sea of blood. There were also countless monsters that rose from the sea of blood with weapons in their hands. With a rumbling sound, a tragic battle immediately began. Countless demons used their divine abilities and fought fiercely with the sea of blood creatures that appeared. The Azura is attacking. Defend against the enemy. The Thunderhawk City Master, Thunderhawk King Lei Shan, even led a group of tens of thousands of Thunderhawks, flying over in a black mass with an extremely great momentum. However, just as the Thunder Eagles arrived at the battlefield, before they could really enter the battle, they saw two bolts of lightning descend from the sky, sweeping through everything. Two sharp sword beams, one on the left and one on the right, one dark and one dark, swept past. Swoosh! It was just a sound, but it was so intense that it tore the eardrums of countless demons. The tens of thousands of Thunderhawks that covered the sky were suddenly ambushed. Screams of agony rang out one after another. At least 7,000 to 8,000 Thunderhawks were slashed by the sharp sword light and were split in half from the middle. A large amount of blood rained down like a waterfall, and the remnant bodies fell into the underground blood river and were drowned. Under the sudden attack of the two terrifying sword beams, the Kudo Thunder Eagles were instantly annihilated. Even their essence souls did not escape. The remnant bodies that fell into the sea of blood were dragged and devoured by countless sea of blood creatures. Lei Shan saw the heavy casualties on his side, and his eyes were about to split open. He roared, and his body shook in the sky, turning into a giant sword and colliding with one of the sword beams. "I'll fight you to the death." His courage was commendable, but his strength was not. He was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Amidst his screams, blood splattered all over the sky, and he staggered back in the air, shouting in panic, "It's the Yuan Killer Sword. It's the Nether River Patriarch himself." As the sword forced Lei Shan back, the brilliance of the two sword beams became even more intense. With a circle and a cross, hundreds of Thunder Eagles were split in half, and they fell down with screams. Lei Shan roared, "Nether River Patriarch, you're the leader of a sect, but you suddenly launched a sneak attack on the younger generation. What kind of hero are you?" The void in front of them shook, and an old man in red clothes suddenly appeared. His eyes were malicious, and he looked at Lei Shan, saying indifferently, "You mean you want to fight me head-on? Then I'll fulfill your wish." Lei Shan screamed and retreated like lightning. Just now, he had almost died on the spot. Lei Shan did not dare to act rashly. The other party waved his hand, and the two long swords seemed to be completely unrestricted by time and space. With a swoosh, the moment the sword light flashed, it had already pierced through Lei Shan's chest. Everything seemed to be so logical, so natural and smooth. A scream rang out. Lei Shan was seriously injured again. He tried his best to retreat, and his mind was almost in chaos. His remaining consciousness told him that the two swords had the effect of damaging the soul, and one of the swords had penetrated his monster core. He could only complain in his heart. "I knew that encountering Zhu Yan was not a good thing." Now, sure enough. I'm going to die. Just as Lei Shan was in imminent danger, and his life was hanging by a thread. I'm here, Nether River, don't be presumptuous. In midair, a huge sun suddenly rose up and attacked the red-robed old man fiercely. The one who attacked was the ninth prince, Ren Jing. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose wildly with the ninth prince's attack. Even the blood sea below was evaporated into a blood-red mist that rose into the sky like billowing smoke. In the blazing sun in the sky, an extremely handsome three-legged golden croat strode with its head held high. Its two eyes looked coldly at the Nether River old ancestor in the distant sky. Following that, there were countless golden rays of the blazing sun flying wildly, constantly colliding with the two swords. Yang Renjing's grand blazing sun kept retreating with the crazy collision. The blazing grand blazing true fire became more and more blazing, and the golden rays of the blazing sun were countless, but it still could not stop the Nether River double swords. In just one exchange, he had been forced to retreat, and it was difficult to maintain. Further away, thunder rumbled in the sky again, and a Kunping appeared with a world-shaking posture. Its eyes were like thunder and lightning as it stared at a certain direction in the eastern sky. It shouted, "Nether River. I'm here." Before its voice died away, it also rushed over. All the waves of the Blood River along the way disappeared the moment the Kunping flew past. It was like a whale swallowing the sea. It was the unique ability of the Kunping Demon Master. As long as he swallowed any Dharma treasure in the world, it could be turned into his own combat power. It was even more powerful than the Tao Tai's innate ability of swallowing the world. The Kunping Demon Master never boasted about any Dharma treasure, because it itself was the biggest and strongest Dharma treasure. As long as he had the chance and time, he could even swallow connate spiritual treasures. The Nether River old ancestor raised his sword and sent the ninth prince, Yang Renjing, flying thousands of miles away. The other sword slashed the red-top demon sage, who rushed over to help, until he was drenched in blood and instantly retreated hundreds of miles. Under Swishaodua's shocked gaze, the Nether River laughed wildly. Suddenly, a red gourd appeared in the sky. He turned upside down in the sky and formed the mouth of the gourd, facing the demons, and shouted, "Souls, return." With a buzzing sound, more than 1,000,000 demonic souls instantly soared into the sky above the blood sea and converged into a long river. No matter how they struggled or howled, it was useless. They all surged into the gourd. The sky suddenly darkened. Countless demons were suddenly dumbfounded when the suction force of the gourd appeared. Starting from the weakest ones, their souls were scattered and their bodies fell into the blood river. Fourth brother. A childish voice came from nowhere, but the red gourd that was swallowing everything suddenly trembled and stopped swallowing. The Nether River old ancestor's eyes almost popped out. "What's wrong with you? Why did he suddenly freeze up all of a sudden?" Whoosh! The Kunping Demon Master had already arrived in front of the Nether River. "Suck!" Mingi shouted. The red gourd suddenly shot out a beam of red light that covered Kunping. "You want to use this gourd to catch me?" Nether River, the older you get, the more childish you become. The Kunping laughed wildly, and his already huge body grew bigger again. With a muffled bang, the red light was shattered by the Kunping Demon Master's powerful charge. The entire space trembled as a sound similar to glass shattering echoed out. The surrounding space within a radius of several hundred miles shattered and reassembled. The Kunping waved his hand and a long spear appeared in his hand. He came to the front of the Kunping at lightning speed and thrust his spear. Clang! The Kunping Demon Master held a sword in each hand and closed the door with a cross-shaped flower. He had already blocked the Kunping spear, and two beams of sword light counterattacked like a volcanic eruption. Killing Yuan and Avicii, breaking life and eliminating sin, not tainting karma. Not falling calamity. Chapter 1343. Mingi and the Kunping Demon Master were already engaged in a fierce battle. Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaonian, who had been casually arranged by the red-topped demon sage, had already quietly hidden in the void nearby to watch the battle. With their cultivation levels, they could not help but tremble when they saw such a fierce battle. What kind of godly combat power is this? I thought I was invincible, but now it seems I'm just a fart. However, the moment the red gourd appeared, Bai and Zhou suddenly showed an unprecedented state of excitement. They were ready to rush out. Damn it, don't rush. Zuoxiao Duo was shocked and hurriedly stopped them. Oh my god, if the two of you rush out so rashly, I'm afraid the two of us will really die here. That would be like giving away treasures to the two mighty figures in front of us. It was definitely impossible for them to rush out and play the hero. That would not be in line with Zuoxiao's character setting. However, just watching them like this was also not in line with Zuoxiao's character setting. The way that was in line with Zuoxiao's character setting was naturally to quietly open the space ring and secretly spread out stacks of heavenly secret orders. He spread them out silently and left no traces behind. There was a great battle below. What a good opportunity to take advantage of it. The heavenly secret orders that he spread out would immediately turn invisible. As long as there was still life in the battle, they would be able to touch one of them. They would be invisible, traceless, and traceless. Otherwise, Zuoxiao's actions would be exposed immediately, no matter how stealthy they were. On the other hand, the benefits of this free ride were immediate. Almost as soon as he cast it out, he received luck points. In the beginning, for the sake of insurance, he only opened a small crack and scattered them out in 2s and 3s. Later, when Zuoxiao Duo realized that no one had discovered him, he became bolder and directly opened up his firepower, scattering them out in large swathes. There was no sound, and the atmosphere was abuzz. At this moment, the battle between Mingi and Kunping had reached its climax. Suddenly, countless clones of the blood god rushed out of the blood river and surrounded Kunping Demon Master from all directions. They assisted Mingi in besieging the Demon Master. As the clones of the blood god flew up and down, they almost formed a bloody barrier. The Kunping Demon Master roared and his body flashed. He used a rare technique, rock spreading its wings. An unprecedentedly powerful airflow swept across the area. Countless blood gods' illusions were sent flying like shooting stars. No one knew where they went. The Nether River Patriarch roared, and a blood-red lotus appeared above his head. Boundless blood-red light flowed and protected the Nether River Patriarch. Layers of blood-colored petals spread out in all directions. The mighty power of the Kunping was no match for it. The blood-red lotus filled the sky and was everywhere. Even Zuoxiao Duo in the void was affected by this wave of impact and was sent flying countless miles away. The Kunping Demon Master grunted. He was the first to detonate the mighty power of the rock and sent countless blood gods' illusions flying. Although he was very powerful, his spirit had been destroyed. He couldn't move the blood-red lotus and was even surrounded by layers of blood-red lotus. However, the Demon Master was no ordinary person. He immediately changed his position and opened his mouth thousands of miles away, swallowing the infinite sea of flowers. The two of them fought fiercely. Zuoxiao Duo, who was watching at the side, was scared witless. His heart was pounding, and his soul was about to explode. However, he still couldn't control his impulse. I'll try just once. A certain daring person loosened his grip. 2 heavenly secret orders were sent out silently. Their targets were Kunping and Mingi. Boom. 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 The two of them, who had reached the peak of this world, felt something at the same time. It seemed like there was a great Tao aura of probing them. Although this aura was faint, it was real. Especially the subtle feeling of being unable to resist, it was too real. At this moment, the two powerhouses were both shocked. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Boom! The two of them retreated to the left and right respectively. Their faces were filled with fear. The Kuan Peng's left palm and Mingyi's Yuan slaughtering sword had created a sealed independent world space at the same time. The two of them, who were mortal enemies, didn't even need to say a word. They were still fighting to the death a second ago, and in the next second, they had reached an agreement to cooperate sincerely. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were able to create a separate world with their peak cultivation. Just this move alone was equivalent to the creation of a world, the creation of the next miniature world. Although this process couldn't last for too long and could only last for a few seconds at most, it was only during these few seconds that this independent world truly existed and couldn't be faked at all. And in this miniature world, there was only one thing, two thin pieces of paper. What's this? The Kuan Peng stared and Mingyi snorted angrily. They reached out to grab it at the same time. But at this moment, there was another boom. The two heavenly secret orders suddenly exploded and turned into nothingness. Since Suishaodua's plate of creation was perfected and the heavenly secret orders were released, it was the first time they failed. On the other side, Suishaodua was immediately affected. His mind was shaken and he couldn't help but snort. Who's there? The Kuan Peng shouted. Mingyi didn't say anything. But two sword lights intertwined and cut through the void. Without any explanation, he killed decisively. This was Mingyi. This was Mingyi's way of killing. Fortunately, Suishaoduo and Suishaonian had both teleported into the Tower of Annihilation the moment Suishaoduo let out a muffled groan. They were only a split second away from being killed by the two swords. Although the two experts had sensed something, they didn't get anything. They couldn't help but be suspicious. When they fought again, they didn't dare to use their full strength for fear that there would be other strong enemies nearby. At this time, more and more experts of the demon tribe came from all directions. The ninth prince led the experts of the demon tribe to kill from left and right. They were invincible. It was very different from the situation when they were slaughtered by the blood gods of the Blood Sea tribe. Mingyi laughed and said as he fought, Kuan Peng, your reaction this time is very good. You were obviously attacked by the ancestor, but you were still shocked but not panicked. You seemed to be calm in the face of danger and actively responded. Could it be that you were prepared in advance? Now that the mysteries of heaven were in chaos, no one could predict the sudden crisis. The ancestor Mingyi was really curious at this time. How did the Kuan Peng know in advance that there would be an attack? He stopped him almost immediately. If the ancestor Mingyi launched an attack, the Blood Sea would continue to expand and the situation would be different. That alone was enough for the Nether River Patriarch to praise him for being awesome. The Kuan Peng snorted. His eyes flickered, and he said lightly, there is a reason for this. It's okay to tell you. It's just because. Zhu Yan is here. Zhu Yan. The ancestor Mingyi was stunned. Are you serious? The Kuan Peng nodded slowly. The Kuan Peng was telling the truth. He knew that Zhu Yan was nearby, so he was on guard. Now, he hit the target by a fluke. Or it could be said that he hit the target by a fluke. Fuck. The ancestor Mingyi rolled his eyes and scolded, this beast ruined the ancestor's plan. It's really a beast of misfortune. It doesn't harm itself, but it only harms others. It doesn't matter if it's family, friends, enemies, or enemies. These words immediately caused the Kuan Peng demon master to feel sorrow in his heart. Soon after, he felt like he had found a soulmate. Indeed, this fellow hasn't even revealed himself, but there are already mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although the overall loss in this battle was not great, it was only the higher-ups. More than millions of ordinary demons died tragically, and they were all turned into nourishment for the Blood Sea. Especially the Thunder Eagle clan that had seen Zhu face to face. Now, more than 85% of the powerful demons in the clan had died. Even the Thunder Eagle King, Lei Shan, was dead. If this was not a beast of misfortune, what was it? At this moment, the Kuan-Ping Demon Master felt lucky that he didn't find Zhu Yan in the previous search. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape from seeing that beast. Then, misfortune would definitely befall him. How unlucky would it be? It was unimaginable. Even the Kuan-Ping who was at the peak of this world was 30% disgusted and 70% fearful of Zhu Yan. In a word, this bastard was a disaster. Whoever met him would be unlucky. He didn't differentiate between friend and foe. He was the enemy of the entire country. The Kuan-Ping didn't know that the Nether River Patriarch was even more fearful of Zhu Yan than he was. Not only had he seen Zhu Yan before, but he had also been unlucky after meeting Zhu Yan. When he heard that Zhu Yan had appeared here, he subconsciously wondered if bad luck was about to befall him again. Thinking of this, the Nether River Patriarch suddenly felt that he shouldn't stay here for long. He couldn't help but want to retreat. The Kuan-Ping had suffered a small loss in the battle with the Nether River. He knew very well that he was qualified to fight the Nether River, but it was impossible for him to defeat this old thing. Both sides were peak mighty figures in this world. They knew each other's strength. Since they couldn't keep each other here, they might as well end it here. With the same thought, the atmosphere became more and more peaceful as they fought. Sua Xiao Duo poked his head out of the Tower of Annihilation again to see what was going on. He still had a lingering fear. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that there would be a day when the Heavenly Secret Order would be captured. The senses of these two almighty beings were so sensitive and their methods were so amazing. Not only did the Heavenly Secret Order not take effect, it was captured instead. At this moment, even Sua Xiao Duo could feel that the battle was about to come to an end as he watched the shocking battle from afar. At this moment, a wild laugh suddenly resounded in the air. Tens of thousands of rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky. A bright yellow figure stepped out of the sky above the battlefield. Although he appeared alone, he seemed to be leading an army of thousands of men and horses. That kind of glorious atmosphere made people have an impulse to kneel down and worship him as soon as they saw him. The appearance of a person was like the arrival of a king. All the land under the heavens belonged to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land were the king's subjects. He was supreme, and he was the only one. With one step, the sea of blood was so frightened that it rolled backward. In an instant, it retreated like a receding tide. The awe-inspiring heavenly might made ghosts and deities flee. Dong Huang was here. In my knowledge, the three pristine ones, the demon ancestor, and the two sages of the West are at the same level. Dong Huang and the others are at another level. Mingyi, Kuan-Ping, and the others are one level lower. So I decided to write according to my own knowledge. Maybe it's different from what many people know. Just bear with it. Chapter 1344. Light radiated in all directions. It shook the void. It was glorious. Dong Huang stepped out of the void and smiled faintly. What a coincidence. Mingyi, did you come here to be beaten up because you knew that I was coming? Mingyi turned pale with fright. He waved his hand, and the two swords returned instantly. However, everyone saw the change in his expression. Dong Huang. Why? Why are you here all of a sudden? Dong Huang smiled sinisterly. If I didn't come here, how would I know how mighty you are? Since you're here, I'll take my leave. Mingy turned and left without another word. Unfortunately, he was too naive. Now that the situation had changed, how could he leave just because he wanted to? Freeze! Dong Huang shouted. A small golden bell covered the top. Although Mingy Patriarch turned into a streak of bloodlight and sped away, he couldn't escape from the small bell. In a flash, the small bell was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, it became incomparably huge and directly covered the entire mountain and river. However, with two clangs, Yuan-Tu and Abi's swords clashed with the Chaos Bell, and both of them flew out. Fortunately, the two swords struck out and collided with the Chaos Bell, causing a momentary gap in the space covered by the giant bell, allowing Mingy Patriarch to escape. However, even if Mingy Patriarch reacted quickly and fled quickly, it was inevitable that 1 or 2% of the blood light was intercepted by the Chaos Bell and locked inside. The blood light was cut off. Mingy Patriarch screamed miserably. Today is indeed a day of misfortune. Zhuyin's fierce name is well deserved. I will kill you. Then, the blood light soared into the sky and disappeared instantly. The countless blood gods' illusions that didn't have time to escape collided with the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell emitted a dark yellow light, and the blood gods' illusions instantly shattered into dust. The blood sea on the ground quickly dissipated, and the ones that didn't dissipate were sucked into the Chaos Bell. The Bell of Chaos was powered by Dong Huang with all his might. He wanted to kill the Nether River Patriarch in one fell swoop, covering thousands of miles of land. Although it did not kill the Nether River Patriarch on the spot, it still left a part of his Blood Lotus clone inside the bell. It was enough to reduce the Nether River Patriarch's combat strength by more than 10%, and he would have to recuperate for many years before he could recover. However, the range of the Bell of Chaos attack was too wide. The Kuinping Demon Master, Zhuo Duo, who was watching the battle in the void, and the Space Exterminating Pagoda beside Zhuo Duo were all enveloped within. Zhuo Duo felt his vision darken. Suddenly, the sky turned dark, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. He knew that things were not going well. He had already fallen into an inexplicable crisis. And right in front of him, there was a tyrannical existence that was beyond his knowledge, the Kuinping Demon Master. This was an unexpected calamity. Zhuo Duo thought that he had hidden far enough. It was thousands of miles. How did he get in so easily? Is there still any law? Damn, this change is too exciting. Zhuo Duo was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He subconsciously wanted to run into the Space Exterminating Pagoda. He was holding on to the fact that the Kuinping Demon Master might not notice the thoughts of a small shrimp like him. As long as he could return to the Space Exterminating Pagoda in time, there was still room for him to turn things around. But at this moment, he suddenly felt two tugs. It was Bai and Jiao who were holding on to Zhuo Duo, not letting him go. Good boy. You can't wait to see me off when I'm old. Zhuo Duo complained in his heart. He really did not understand what these two little guys wanted to do. This was a critical moment of life and death. Could they not make a fuss? And the answer came out in the next moment. Everything was clear. In the darkness, a red light flashed. A lotus petal was floating in the air, emitting a faint red light. It was very eye-catching in the boundless darkness. Mysterious, beautiful, powerful, yet lonely and without anyone to rely on. In the next moment, Bai and Jiao rushed forward like wolves and tigers. Eat it. Swallow it. Chew it. Ow ow ow! The Kunping demon master, who was also under the bell of chaos, noticed the lotus petal immediately and was overjoyed. That was Mingy's original spiritual treasure, the 12th grade connate blood lotus. In his excitement, he was about to capture it. However, at this moment, two rays of light, one white and one black, suddenly appeared. Under the illumination of the light, there was an illusory figure beside them. Damn! The Kunping demon master was shocked. At this moment, his hair stood on end and he shuddered. In the sudden change just now, the three most powerful people in the world were fighting with all their might. His Majesty Dong Huang even activated the Bell of Chaos with all his might. Yet, there was still someone watching from the side and the three of them did not notice at all. What? What the hell was going on? What's more, he dared to sneak into the Bell of Chaos and take the millet out of the fire. So awesome! Who was it? Just as the Kunping demon master was shocked, the two rays of light, one white and one black, had already entangled the blood lotus petal. The blood lotus petal showed an unprecedentedly violent struggle. The red light surged, and its power was unprecedented. However, the white light and the black gas had their own styles. They were obviously trying their best to devour the blood lotus petal. The Kunping demon master was shocked for a moment. Then, he shouted angrily, "Put it down." Anything possible or impossible had happened. Well, the 12th grade lotus throne had always been known to be invincible when standing on it. The only two damaged numinous treasures were both 12th grade lotus thrones. If he met Mingy again in the future, he must focus on the red lotus of hellfire. It didn't make sense that the Daoist Wen could devour the 3rd grade golden lotus throne, but his swallowing heaven and earth couldn't devour the red lotus of hellfire. Damn, he had digressed again. Now was not the time to plan for Mingy's red lotus of hellfire. The key question now should be: well, how did the red lotus petal get lost? His Majesty Dong Huang didn't get angry. Could it be related to the sudden appearance of the Grand Sun True Fire Sword? And who was that illusory figure? Also, what was the aura of the two supreme grade numinous treasures, one white and one black, that he had regarded as his own? God has mercy on me. I, Kunping, am not willing to let go of external objects. It's just that all the numinous treasures in the world have owners. This time, I finally encountered two, but I missed them. Needless to say, it must be that bastard Juyen who caused me to miss the numinous treasures. So many questions lingered in the mind of Kunping Demon Master. Then, he scratched his head subconsciously and frowned gloomily. There are so many questions, but I can't figure out any of them. And His Majesty Dong Huang, for what reason is he here? Why is he here? It's too baffling. You said you were coming, but you should have told me earlier. If I knew you were coming, I would have used my life to entangle Mingy. Then, you would have aimed for an opening and attacked with all your strength. Even if Mingy didn't die here, the loss would be much greater than now. Oh, right. His Majesty only listened to half of my report. I didn't have time to say the other half. This is so depressing. I haven't finished my report. Why are you running? The enemy is gone. Why are you in such a hurry? Kunping Demon Master felt more and more depressed. After blowing a gust of wind in the air, he barely managed to blow away the depression in his heart. He landed and shouted, "Sort out the casualty data." In a faraway place. Thunderhawk King Lei flashed as his body was almost split in half. His body was covered in blood and he was on the verge of death. Even the Yuan killer sword had pierced a hole in his fey core as golden light constantly dissipated. Ninth Prince Ren Jing carried him and ran over. Demon Master, Lei Shan is dying. Kuan Ping Demon Master rolled his eyes. He really didn't want to save him. If this bastard didn't bring Zhu Yan here, there was a 99% chance that this battle wouldn't have happened. But after thinking carefully, it seemed that Mingyi was more unlucky than him. He couldn't help but calm down. Let me see. The Battle of Thunder Eagle City. Thunder Eagle King Lei Shan was seriously injured. The Thunder Eagle tribe suffered 13,000 casualties. More than 90% of their experts were killed. The Thunder Eagle tribe could not recover from this setback. If they wanted to rise again, it would take at least 3,000 years. Without 3,000 years, the Thunder Eagle tribe's young eagles would not be able to grow. It could basically be announced that this tribe was eliminated from this calamity. Only a half-dead Thunder Eagle King was left with less than 1,000 experts. They couldn't even set up the Thunder Eagle formation, which was the most threatening to experts. How could they talk about combat strength? Coupled with the fact that the Blood Sea had wreaked havoc in the vicinity of the Thunderhawk City, tens of millions of demons had died an unnatural death. It was bound to become a place of great danger, and very few demons were willing to settle down here. The decline of the Thunderhawk clan was more or less a foregone conclusion. In this unforeseen event, apart from the Thunder Eagle tribe's heavy losses, the ninth Prince Ren Jing was slightly injured, and the demon sage Dan Ding was seriously injured. The rest didn't suffer any major losses. Furthermore, the Azura tribe that came to attack this place did not have it easy either. At the very least, hundreds of thousands of soldiers had perished under the Kuan-Ping Demon Master's suction force. Furthermore, when the Eastern Sovereign appeared, he illuminated the entire universe and incinerated the heavens and earth. Another few million Azura tribe members had been taken away by the Bell of Chaos. There was also a large number of Blood Gods clones in the Blood Sea. Tens of thousands were killed on the spot. Comparing the two, the overall result of this battle was that the Ashura tribe's losses were more severe. If Dong Wang had pursued them, the Ashura tribe's losses would have been much more severe. However, the situation was clearly good just now. Unexpectedly, Dong Wang didn't continue to pursue them. The ninth Prince Ren Jing stood in midair, his face pale. He suddenly thought of something. Then, where are Hui Pao and Hu Ermio? The red-crowned demon saint was taken aback. This time, the attack was unexpected, so I brought the two of them with me. But when the Nether River appeared, I intercepted them. And casually threw the two of them away. Now, why are they gone? Could it be? The ninth Prince Ren Jing's face instantly twisted. Could it be that they're dead? He hurriedly landed and searched around the devastated area. However, how could he find them? Actually, thinking about it, it made sense. With the two tigers' shallow cultivation, even if they did not fall under the first wave of the Blood Sea surprise attack, how could they escape from the Blood God's child's rampage after that? There were very few survivors below the sky-soaring realm in Thunder Eagle City, and they could be counted with one's fingers. Sigh. Clues, clues. The ninth prince sighed as he stomped his feet. On the other side, the Netherworld River rode on the bloody light and ran for his life. He was so anxious that he was like a fish that had escaped a net. He didn't know how far he had run. Suddenly, a black light appeared in front of him, and Buddhist light soared into the sky. The benevolent and holy intent on the other side illuminated the world. A benevolent Buddha dressed in pure white monk robes stood together with a figure shrouded in black gas. The Buddha was handsome. His body was tall and straight, like a jade tree in the wind. However, a faint buzzing sound could be heard from the black gas. Martial Uncle Netherworld River. The monk was gentle and polite. Vajra Buddha. The Netherworld River Patriarch panted. I don't dare to be addressed as such by martial uncle. The monk smiled. That Kuan-Ping demon master didn't chase after you. Things have changed. Dong Huang suddenly came. It's already very fortunate that I was able to escape alive. The Netherworld River still had lingering fears. In the distance, a black gas soared into the sky. The figure of the fiend ancestor, Rahu, flashed. His eyes were like lightning. Dong Huang Tai actually came personally. The Thunder Eagle City is a small place, but it has received the blessings of both Demon Master Kuan-Ping and Dong Huang Tai. How lucky. Why didn't Dong Huang chase after you? It's because Demon Master Dong Huang is gathered in the same place. I can only focus on escaping. I really don't have the heart to care about anything else. The Netherworld River couldn't understand why Dong Huang didn't chase after him. Although the exchange of blows was short, he could clearly sense Dong Huang's anger. He could also sense Dong Huang's determination to pursue him. However, he didn't chase after him. This matter was truly odd. The matter of setting up a trap to kill the Kuan-Ping has come to an end. Chapter 1346. The matter of setting up a trap to capture and kill Kuan-Ping has come to an end. The fiend ancestor Rahu's voice was indifferent. He was a little disappointed. He had planned many times and moved on all sides to capture and kill Kuan-Ping. He did not expect that because of Dong Huang's arrival, all his efforts would be in vain. Although Kuan-Ping could almost match the Demon Emperor Dong Huang in the demon race, the word almost destined him to be inferior to the Demon Emperor or Dong Huang. Be it his cultivation level or equipment configuration, he was inferior. Fighting against Kuan-Ping was a sure-win situation. Now that they had to fight against Dong Huang Tai, even though they still had the advantage, it was impossible for them to kill or capture Dong Huang Tai. Unless one of the fiend ancestor Rahu, Patriarch Nether River, and the Vajra Buddha was willing to self-destruct and severely injure Dong Huang in one go, it would be possible for them to succeed. However, how could the three of them do such a thing? Moreover, according to the seniority of the pugilistic world, the fiend ancestor was Dong Huang's elder. The fiend ancestor's combat strength was higher than Dong Huang's. He also had the god-slaying spear in his hand. He was enough to pose a considerable threat to Dong Huang. However, Dong Huang's chaos bell was not to be trifled with. If they fought alone, the most likely outcome would be that both sides would be injured. Then, they would retreat and recuperate. That it was impossible for both sides to die. It's a pity that the five sides attacked together to kill the Demon Master, Kuan-Ping, and cut off an arm of the Demon Court. While the Demon Court lost a general, they were still targeted by everyone. Who would have thought that the Dong Huang would arrive at such a coincidence and cause the situation to suddenly become unbalanced? The Vajra Buddha was a little regretful. This is probably fate. There's nothing we can do. The others nodded in unison. At such a subtle moment when the heavenly secrets were chaotic, even the most powerful cultivator would lose the possibility of predicting the past and future. Now that Dong Huang had rushed over, they could only attribute it to a coincidence. However, it was this coincidence that destroyed an important plan of the Buddhist, Fiend, and Azura races. This time, Mingi had personally fought. His original plan was to capture the ninth prince, Ren Jing, and immediately leave. In that case, the Demon Master Kuan-Ping would definitely chase after him. The Kuan-Ping's speed was at least one of the top 5 in the world. It was impossible for Mingi to escape from his pursuit. But Mingi's purpose was not to get rid of the Kuan-Ping, but to go to a suitable place. Once he arrived at the right place, the four masters would attack together and kill the Kuan-Ping. The plan was based on the actions of the 5 parties. Then, it was led by Mingi himself. Layers of arrangements were made to lure Kunpeng into the trap. Originally, it was going smoothly. It was about to reach the final stage. However, the sudden arrival of Dong Huang and Tai made the whole situation unbalanced and difficult to continue. After this incident, if they wanted to set up another trap, even if the other party was slow to realize it, they would definitely be on guard. It would be difficult for them to succeed. Everyone sighed, bowed, and left on their own. Mingi walked the fastest because he had to go back and heal his injuries. During the conversation just now, he didn't reveal the fact that a petal of his lifeblood lotus had been cut off. If he was really exposed, there was a high chance that the 3 people in front of him would suddenly have evil intentions and kill him. Although everyone was working together, who would not be on guard against each other? Those who were not on guard would be the true idiots. He might end up being another Kunpeng. In fact, he might end up worse than the Kunpeng. After all, there was no other peak powerhouse in the Blood Sea aside from him. The demon ancestor turned into black smoke and rushed to the fiendish demon battlefield. The Vajra Buddha focused on the black smoke beside him. "Fellow Daoist, where are you going? Why don't you return with me?" A buzzing voice came from the black smoke. "I just returned and am not familiar with this place yet. I would like to take a look around." "All right." The Vajra Buddha chanted a Buddhist proclamation and turned into a flash of Buddhist light before vanishing. The black smoke gradually expanded, and buzzing sounds gradually filled the world. Suddenly, a swarm of huge black mosquitoes appeared. They covered the sun and the sky as they swept out, instantly covering a radius of 1,500 kilometers. All of the living beings in this area had their life essence depleted in an extremely short amount of time. The black smoke dispersed and a thin, dark-skinned middle-aged man revealed his face. His face was filled with a relaxed and comfortable expression. "This bloody food is still the best. After so many years, I have been tied up by those Western baldies to chant scriptures every day. My mouth is so bland." Countless black mosquitoes returned like 100 rivers converging into the sea. "Let's look around a bit more. It is not easy for me to come out. I have to eat my fill." Just as that person was about to leave, he felt strange for some reason. Why are there some divine soul fluctuations so strange? He excitedly opened the compound eye of the heavenly mandate, which could see divine soul fluctuations, and looked over. "Hey! Who is that?" "Ah, it's 2 human babies. Their skin is so soft and tender. Not bad. With one look, I can tell that they are delicious." He saw 2 human youths in the distance, currently concealed. They were rushing over and returning at top speed. Who else could they be but Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaonian? Naturally, these 2 did not know that an ancient ferocious beast was waiting for them, drooling over them. The 2 of them walked over in a relaxed manner. Previously, Zhuo Duo had luckily escaped from the Bell of Chaos. He had hurriedly met up with Zhuo Xiaonian and escaped immediately after the battle. Thunder Eagle City was in ruins. The number of lifeforms in the city was less than 10% of its original number. No demons noticed them at all, and they had escaped very smoothly. Although this trip was full of danger and obstacles, we gained quite a lot. It was worth the price of the ticket. Zhuo Duo was very satisfied. Although they did not gain anything specific from this trip, in fact, just seeing the battle between the peak experts at close range was already a great benefit to the 2 of them. Moreover, they had heard a lot of gossip about the demon race from the Red Top Demon Saint. In the end, Bai and Jiu even snatched something good. Although they did not know what it was, after it entered the Tower of Annihilation, whether it was the Huang's sword, the god-slaying spear, Yan Shirsi, or Shao, all of them threw themselves at it without any regard for their lives to get a share of it. Although Bai and Jiu tried their best to stop them and snatch a share of it, a lot of it was still divided among them. At this moment, Little White and Little Jiu were puffing their cheeks and sulking. The more obvious change was that the luck of the entire Tower of Annihilation seemed to have increased a lot because of this, and its effect was more outstanding. They flew over this forest in the sky. Sui Xiaonian suddenly frowned and said, "The death aura in front is very strong. It seems to be a land of death." Upon hearing that, Bai and Jiu, who were still feeling depressed, immediately perked up. "Where is it? Where is it?" Yan Shirsi, who had absorbed a lot of demonic qi and was already starting to take shape, also needed the death aura to grow. Hearing this, he immediately appeared. "Where is it? Where is it?" Actually, there was no need to say anything. They could see it as soon as they came out of the Tower of Annihilation. There were no signs of life in the 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers in front of them. It was full of death aura. It was really a land of death. Countless fragments of soul power floated in the air, dispersing bit by bit. Seeing this, Bai and Jiu were overjoyed. Without a word, they turned into two rays of light, one white and one black, and merged into one and rushed out. A wisp of demonic qi followed closely behind, neither close nor far. In the forest, the dark and skinny Taoist, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, looked ahead with a smug smile. The little guy in front of him did not notice him at all. He even released his spiritual treasure, devouring the death aura. "Not bad, not bad. Ha ha ha, isn't this my opportunity?" He could feel from afar that the three spiritual treasures were not bad. Perhaps they were not as good as the golden lotus, but they were more suitable for him to devour. "Looks like I'm in luck today." Little White, Little Jiu, and Smoking Shirsi, who were charging forward, were halfway there when the three of them suddenly felt their hearts palpitate. There seemed to be danger ahead. And it was a big crisis. The three immediately stopped and shouted, "Ma, Ma, come quickly. Let's go together." In fact, they were secretly communicating with each other. "Ma, Ma, there's an ambush ahead. I'm scared." Sui Xiaoduo and Sui Xiaonian were stunned. "An ambush? Are you scared? I didn't notice that." Following which, a piece of heavenly secret order flew out soundlessly. He laughed. Slow down, slow down. Wait for me. Ha ha ha." Sui Xiaoduo was especially careful when releasing the heavenly secret order this time. He quietly approached the danger on the other side without being discovered. He did not know if he was lucky or the other side was too careless. Sui Xiaoduo quickly checked and found out the other side's origin. Blood-winged black mosquito, a primordial beast, a connate mutant. It died in a disaster. Sui Xiaoduo's eyes lit up as he thought of something. He had heard countless legends about the blood-winged black mosquitoes, but they were all limited to the ancient gossip. He did not have much respect for them. However, since the other party was able to survive from ancient times until now and was waiting to ambush him, even if he did not have any respect for them, he still had to be afraid. He had to be careful. He could not be careless about such an old monster. However, it seems like this death by calamity can work a little. Seeing the heavenly secret order's comments, Sui Xiaoduo started to think of a plan. Maybe I'm its disaster. At this moment, the Huang's sword, who knew what was going on outside, kept chirping in the space-destroying tower. "It's the blood-winged black mosquito. Sui, think of a way to put this guy into the space-destroying tower." "Put it into the space-destroying tower?" Sui Xiaoduo was shocked. Although he had begun to plan how to deal with the blood-winged black mosquito, his main idea was still the Grand Sun primordial fire, Wu People's primordial fire, and the path of fire incineration. This is an ancient ferocious beast. You can't handle it outside. The sword of Empress Enviwa was a bit anxious. With your current cultivation base, you are far from being able to release my full power. Even with Whitey and the others, you are still no match for the blood-winged black mosquito. If you try your best, you will die, and all your treasures will fall into the hands of the blood-winged black mosquito and become its food. The only thing you can do now is to lure this guy into the space-destroying tower. You can defeat it with your power as the master of heaven and earth and the path of fire. No way, this mosquito is so powerful. Chapter 1347. Sua Xiao Duo was startled. The blood-winged black mosquito is an ancient ferocious beast with countless clones. Sigh, I don't know if it's its real body or its clones. Anyway, let's kill it first. Huang's sword said urgently, make a decision quickly before it's too late. Remember, you must lure the blood-winged black mosquito into the Tower of Annihilation. Leaving even one mosquito outside will cause endless trouble. You don't know how terrifying ancient ferocious beasts are. Will it work? Don't make the tower explode. Sua Xiao Duo hesitated. It's okay. I just swallowed a blood lotus petal. I can handle it. Ah. It seems like I have to collect more blood lotuses. Sua Xiao Duo made up his mind and secretly opened the Tower of Annihilation to its limit. It was no different from opening a big hole in the void. Then, he shouted anxiously, come back. Come back quickly. Something's wrong over there. Before his voice died away, he had already rushed forward with Sua Xiaoyan. It seemed like he was going to help Bai, Zhou, and Yan Shixi. Following Sua Xiao's roar, the black and white lights stopped in their tracks. Yan Shixi, who was following behind them, also stopped. Bai turned around. Mama. What's wrong? Sua Xiao Duo ran as fast as he could and said anxiously, quick, come over here. To me. Bai pretended to be hesitant. There's delicious food over there. Sua Xiaoyan said sternly, don't talk nonsense. Come here quickly. Her voice was unusually sharp, and it was full of unwillingness. Bai, Zhou, and Yan Shixi looked at each other and ran away together. On the other side of the mountain, the blood-winged black mosquito was about to leave when it saw the great opportunity in its hands. It immediately leaped up. Then, a black cloud came to the sky above Sua Xiao Duo and the others. In the blink of an eye, countless black hands descended from the sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! The entire space was instantly sliced into pieces, and it was completely isolated from the outside world. It was completely unrelated to the outside world. Tens of millions of gigantic black mosquitoes blotted out the sky all of a sudden. They were about to intercept Bai, Zhou, and Yan Shixi. A ball of blazing fire swept out like a dragon, and it seemed like it could burn the world. Sua Xiao Duo had used all his strength. Fire converged and burned the world. Following that was a cloud of white, misty cold air. This was ice and fire, one on the left and one on the right. They surged for thousands of miles. One side sealed the world in ice, while the other side burned the city with raging flames. In the middle of the intersection of ice and fire was a completely empty space. It was like a spacious road. Little White, Little Zhou, and Yan Shixi followed this passage and fled at top speed. Crackle. Countless blood pool black mosquitoes were incinerated by the confluence primordial fire, and fell to the ground with popping sounds like beans being fried. As the black smoke rose, the aroma of meat filled the air. On the other side, the blood pool black mosquitoes were frozen into huge ice lumps and fell to the ground. They turned into powder as soon as they hit the ground. The extreme ice could freeze everything and turn them into dust in an instant. Seeing the power of the fire and ice, a black sword light rushed out of the black cloud. It was Mosquito Taoist, who was holding a sword. The long and thin black sword was made by him with his sharp beak. The sword was long and narrow, but it was very powerful. It had the ability to take people's souls, shatter their souls, and devour their flesh and blood. It was also indestructible and could destroy spiritual treasures. Zhua Xiaoduo yelled, "Nian Mao, take me and run." Then, he took out the 99 cat hammer, which he hadn't used for a long time. The 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer was ready to be used. Two beams of light, one white and one black, rushed towards Zhua Xiaoyan, but in fact, they rushed into the 99 cat hammer. Yan Shixi rushed into Zhua Xiaoyan's hands. Zhua Xiaoyan yelled and activated the Moon Sutra to its maximum power. The blood pool black mosquitoes in the sky were frozen into huge ice lumps and fell to the ground like meteorites. Along with a loud bang, a loud explosion rang out. Zhua Xiaoduo's body turned into a giant that was thousands of feet tall. The hammers in his hands turned into two hills. As he waved them, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers seemed to come alive. Hum. One hammer rose up and pointed at the sky. Then, a black hole appeared, which made the space tremble. Hum. The other hammer pointed at the ground. Another black hole appeared, which made the space shatter. With just this one exchange, the aura of the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer was formed. With a thunderclap in the sky, a gate of hell was formed. Thousands of ferocious ghosts rushed out, screaming. Zhua Xiaoduo suddenly understood the state of mind of the Flood Witch when she held the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer. That was. I am invincible in the world. The two beams of light spun rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a whirlwind that connected the sky and the earth formed a force field. Boom! Crack. Then, the hammer collided with one Taoist priest's sword fiercely. The sky was shocked, and the ground was shaking. Many of the mountains on the ground began to shake violently, and then collapse with a loud rumble. Yes, it was collapsing. It was not just collapsing and collapsing. Rocks flew into the sky, and raging waves hit the shore. One Taoist priest thought that it would be a piece of cake. He didn't expect his opponent to have the cultivation of the Zenith Heaven realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Zenith Heaven realm cultivation. It was almost at the peak of the Zenith Heaven realm. What's more, his opponent's weapon was super. It was a head-on collision. Even though one Taoist priest's cultivation was higher, he was still pushed back hundreds of miles with a muffled groan. The giant blood-wing black mosquito trembled violently. One Taoist priest was furious, and his ferocity was burning. With a shake of his wrist, the long sword that was bent straightened instantly. "Junior, you have angered me." With a shake of his body, he turned into a giant thousands of feet tall. Holding a black sword that was like a pillar supporting the sky, he fought with Zhua Xiaoduo. The method of Dharmalaksana was not limited to the Wu people. In fact, any cultivator above the Zenith Heaven realm could use it. It was just that the effect of each cultivator was different. Whoosh! Zhua Xiaoduo stood in the air. Without any distractions, he used the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer with all his strength. Wherever the hammer passed, the space would shatter again and again. The clanging sound could be heard for thousands of miles. The space cracks even spread thousands of miles away. Many weak demons passing by were swallowed by the space cracks before they could make a sound. The 99 cat hammer kept colliding with one Taoist priest's sword. Facing this famous fierce beast from the antiquity times, Shuo Duo did not retreat at all. Instead, he fought fiercely, with a high fighting spirit. The two giant hammers and the purple flames that kept gushing out of Shuo's body almost burned a big hole in the sky. As when Taoist priest fought, he sent out numerous doppelgangers as if he was dealing with other enemies. They surrounded and attacked Shuo Duo from all directions. According to one Taoist priest's judgment, he did not need too many doppelgangers. He only needed one doppelganger to bite Shuo Duo once, and that would be enough. But this unique fighting style that he had relied on to become famous, which had always been successful, actually had no effect on this freak in front of him. Shuo Duo did not dodge at all. He fought fiercely and attacked fiercely. So many mosquitoes want to bite me. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I am covered in genuine fire of different colors. Why don't you try to bite me? As Shuo Duo expected, even though countless bloody winged black mosquitoes rushed up, they were directly swallowed by the genuine fire of different colors. Many of them were directly turned into fuel. After a while, even when Taoist priest began to feel sorry for him. He had sent out so many doppelgangers, but they failed to bite him. On the contrary, the flames on this guy's body were becoming stronger and stronger. This was simply thinking of this, when Taoist priest roared and called back all his doppelgangers. The fundamental reason why he no longer maintained the fixed strategy was that he found that his doppelgangers did not work on the man and the woman in front of him at all. The woman directly turned the mosquitoes into ice, which was better. Although most of them were turned into powder when they fell to the ground, there were always some that escaped and had a chance to come back. But this man directly used his doppelgangers as fuel. As soon as he called, the remaining bloody winged black mosquitoes rushed to him. But most of them had been killed, and some had been turned into ice, lying quietly on the ground. One Taoist priest waved his sword like the wind, constantly spewing out clouds of black gas. Since the birth of the Khanate realm in antiquity times, this is the first time I have used my real strength in a head-on battle. This guy in front of me will definitely not be my match if we fight for a long time. Although he is full of vigor and strong in combat, when it comes to foundation, he is still much weaker than me after all these years. I am confident that I can exhaust him to death. As long as his spiritual power is not enough, I will take advantage of it and bite him. As long as I bite him, all the treasures in his hands will be mine. They will all be mine. These are all primordial spiritual treasures, the primordial first spiritual root, and the doppelgangers of the god-slaying spear. What the fuck? Damn it. I am going to make a fortune today. I will not let them go. These are all my opportunities. I can't miss them. If I let them go, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Not only can I not let them go, I have to end the battle quickly. This battle had caused a great disturbance. It was no less than the battle between the Kuimping and Ancestor Nether River. If someone else came, the benefits would inevitably be shared. That would be very bad. When Taoist priest made up his mind, the sword in his hand turned into sword mountains and sword prisons, and kept falling. Looking from afar, it was as if a mountain of swords was falling from the clouds above the 9 heavens, smashing down without stopping. The feeling of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking was so real. Shuo Duo had performed the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer to his heart's content and used all kinds of genuine fires to the limit. He had used all his skills to resist one Taoist priest, but he was still at a disadvantage. It was an indisputable fact. The primordial ferocious beast was indeed powerful. Chapter 1348. The more Shuo Duo fought, the more he realized one thing, the so-called hidden strength, the so-called trump cards, in front of this level of existence, it was just a joke. Impossible. His opponent was like a mountain pressing down on him. If there was even the slightest mistake, it would be the end of his life. There was no luck. In front of this kind of cultivation, hiding one's strength could only exist when they were evenly matched, or when he had the upper hand. Indeed, he could calmly think about what trump card he should use to end this battle. But when faced with a truly formidable opponent like the one in front of him, this kind of pervasive chain of attacks from all directions, and he had fallen into a situation where he was in a solid disadvantageous position, the only thing he needed to consider was how to use all of his methods and barely hold on. As for whether he should hide or not, there was no time for such thoughts. Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. The Power of Light and Heavy. Flaming Sun Scripture. Grand Sun True Fire. Primordial Fire Technique. Zhu Rong was really angry. His maximum output was thrown out without any hesitation. Except for the Starry Sky Eternal Stone, which he could not spare, everything else that could be used was out. The crazy sound of collision shook the surrounding mountains and rivers, causing them to collapse. The more Zhuo Xiaoduo fought, the more uncertain he became. Too strong, too abnormal. When had he ever met such an abnormal sword? If not for the battle today, someone told him that there was a sword that could meet his hammer head-on thousands of times without any damage, he would not have been able to do it even if he was beaten to death. This is fucking cheating. What happened to the promised divine weapon? What happened to the promised number one in the world? This was probably Zhuo Xiaoduo's shallow knowledge. At this level, the enemies he met basically all had weapons that were not inferior to his 9-9 Kitty hammer. What's more, because the 9-9 Kitty hammer had not fully matured, there were many weapons that were far superior to the 9-9 Kitty hammer. For example, the demonic ancestor's god-slaying spear, Donghuang's Bell of Chaos, the Demon Emperor's Mountain River Sword, and the famous weapons of various immortals and Buddhas. Seeing that Zhuo Xiaoyan had already reached the edge of the void opening of the Tower of Annihilation, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was almost out of strength, roared. The flames of various colors that were flowing out of his body rose again and burned fiercely, causing a large area of the space to collapse. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was pushed to the limit as well. Immediately, the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods could be heard, and the light of the sun and moon dimmed. The Mosquito Taoist on the opposite side was even angrier. It was just a fight, but this guy seemed to be afraid that no one knew he was fighting. He made such a big scene. This was too big of a commotion. Those guys better not come. He couldn't help but feel more and more anxious. If it were Vajra Buddha, Fiend Ancestor Rahu, any one of them would be able to take away a connate numinous treasure. Disregarding everything else, the demon ancestor would have to retrieve the god-slaying spear's soul no matter what, right? Then what am I left with? The most important thing is that I can't afford to offend anyone. I can't afford to offend anyone. Thinking of this, the Mosquito Taoist roared. He actually used the demonic power of the origin to break through his own limit and launch a large-scale attack. He saw that the iron-headed guy, who had been attacking fiercely without retreating even half a step, turned around and ran away at this critical moment. He turned into a streak of fire with a whoosh. Damn it, he ran away. How dare he run away? The Mosquito Taoist was so angry that he laughed. How dare you run away when the battle has reached this stage? Why did you only think of running away now? If I let you run away, I would have lived my life in vain. With a flap of his wings, he leaped into the air and tore the space apart to chase after Meng Qi. Zhuo Xiaoduo used his maximum speed to run away. The streak of fire was like a hurricane. Tight wind. Run! The Zhuo Xiaoyan shouted, run! The spirit-snatching sword, which had been accumulating power for a long time, flashed in the air. In the extreme cold of the world of ice and snow, Ing Jian turned into an ice phoenix. With a phoenix cry, he flapped his wings and rushed toward the Mosquito Taoist. Boom! Mosquito Taoist was afraid that he would lose his target, so he didn't dodge and crashed into the snow phoenix, smashing it into pieces. However, his black face also turned red. Apparently, he had paid a great price to deal with this attack. But his eyes were still staring at Zhuo Xiao Duo and Zhuo Xiao Nian in front of him, without even blinking. Obviously, the power of frost was far less powerful than the power of raging fire on the Mosquito Taoist. Run! Zhuo Xiao Duo took Zhuo Xiaonian and rushed toward the space-destroying tower. The Mosquito Taoist's black sword flashed and the sword light flew hundreds of miles. He had already caught up with Zhuo Xiao Duo, but the sword light was smashed into pieces by Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammer. The Mosquito Taoist's speed had reached the limit. In a flash, he followed the sword light and caught up with Zhuo Xiao Duo. But Zhuo Xiao Duo and Zhuo Xiao Nian had already reached the opening of the Tower of Annihilation. With a shout, they rushed forward with Zhuo Xiao Nian and disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, one Taoist rushed into the void in front of him without hesitation. Disappeared. How could it be? But even if it's an illusory formation, what do I have to fear? Whoosh! Zhuo Xiao Duo, Zhuo Xiaonian, Bai, Zhou, Yan Shisi, and the Mosquito Taoist. In less than a tenth of a second, they all entered the space-destroying tower one after another. It was almost as if they were squeezing, crowding, and stepping in front of each other as they entered. At this moment, the Wawang sword finally let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, it was so close. Dong Wang was worried about something, so he tore the space apart and rushed back. On the way back, he met the two venerables of the Western sect. The other party had wanted to form a good relationship with Dong Wang, but before he could finish his sentence, he realized that it was Dong Wang who had spoken. He cursed in his heart. Without saying a word, the two of them ran in different directions. Dong Wang didn't care about it. He just killed one of them casually and didn't chase the other one because he had run far away. The most annoying thing in his life was the Western sects. You and I are fated. But there was no need to kill all of them. After all, he had to keep them alive to report a message to intensify the conflict. Or, he had to keep them alive to report a disgusting message. Dong Wang didn't need to read any other information to know that it was a conspiracy of the Western sect. The traces were very familiar. It was the usual method of the Western sect. They had been used to it for countless years. They would provoke everyone, attack one side, and then convert a wave of people. The others might not have any gains, but the Western sect would definitely have a lot of new troops. Their power would grow day by day. Therefore, there was really no need to guess. Dong Wang couldn't be bothered to think about it. I'll just kill him and be done with it. The further root cause was probably the powerful attack of the Grand Master of Heaven previously. He had intimidated the Western sect and forcefully searched for the disciples of the sect that had been kidnapped during the God-confirmed tribulation, causing the Western sect to suffer great losses. That was why they provoked everyone and worked together to target the demons, who were the most powerful among the races. The other races, which were relatively weaker, had considered the difference in strength between them and the demons. Since the Western sect had taken the lead, they would take action. In fact, if Dong Wang had not arrived by accident and killed the Patriarch of the Nether River during the Battle of Thunder Eagle City, the chances of Kuan-Ping escaping with the 4 experts they had set up, especially with the fiend ancestor holding the fort. Anyway, the opposition had already been formed. Who was afraid of who? Moreover, although the route was with the Grand Master of Heaven, Dong Huang did not dare to do so. Secondly, he felt that the other party was not wrong. Thirdly, it was all the Western sect's fault. You were bullied and couldn't bully back, so you came to bully the demons. This was simply unreasonable. Dong Huang had long been impatient. Dong Huang rushed back to the Demon Emperor Palace at lightning speed. On the way, he took the time to check. Yes, Zhao's feather was still there. He strictly ordered the Chaos Bell to be kept safe and then barged into the Demon Emperor Palace. Your Majesty, Dong Huang. Before the messenger could finish his words, Dong Huang had already rushed to the front of the Demon Emperor's throne with a cold aura around him. Brother, sister-in-law, there's a situation. There's a big situation. The Demon Emperor frowned. Calm down. What's the situation that makes you like this? I captured a little of the three-legged golden crow aura that appeared in Thunder Eagle City and condensed it into a feather. I've already brought it back. You'll know the problem when you see it. Dong Huang's voice was anxious. However, you have to be careful. You can only check it once. You can only check it once. What do you mean? The Demon Empress was a little solemn. The person who held this feather previously used the true fire of the Great Sun to condense a sword and fought with the Kuanpeng. Although he forced the Kuanpeng back, the feather immediately turned into powder. Fortunately, their fire was carried out in my Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell reacted in time and gathered it again. However, it had already shattered. In the end, it was only the size of a sesame seed. The only thing to be thankful for is that its aura has yet to dissipate. Its aura has yet to dissipate. The Supreme Masters of the Demon Clan narrowed their eyes at once. It's good that its aura hasn't dissipated. As long as its aura hasn't dissipated, we can easily lock onto that fellow's identity. What's his background? He actually dares to impersonate our Golden Crow royal family. Let's go to the Fusang tree. The Demon Emperor immediately made a decision. Then, the couple and Dong Huang flew up together. In the next moment, they were already on the Fusang tree. The surrounding true fire of the Great Sun immediately isolated all external detection. Here, even if the heavenly secrets are not chaotic, no saint can eavesdrop on our conversation. Even if the Tao ancestor wants to do it, it will be in vain. Now that you're awake, even if the Golden Crow aura you brought can dissipate at any time, there's still enough time for us to identify and investigate. All right. Second brother, take it out. All right. Dong Huang carefully took out the Shao feather from the Chaos Bell. Outside, there was the pure true fire of the Great Sun that belonged to Dong Huang carefully protecting it. The Demon Emperor and the Demon Empress were calm. They even felt that Dong Huang's cautiousness was a little ridiculous. Could it be that second brother had been frightened to death? It's rare to see someone so cautious to this extent. The title of the book has been changed to Imperial Tao. There's no need to say anything. I really don't want to deal with the trouble. Moreover, the most important thing is that the copyright of the word heterodox is not easy to sell. Everyone knows. I'm working hard to write. I'm preparing to save up and give my brothers a good burst of 10 chapters. Chapter 1349. However, the suspicions in the hearts of the Demon Emperor and his wife were also rapidly growing. Dong Huang was not a reckless person. For him to go through so much trouble and pretend to be serious, the matter behind it must be very serious. Could it be that the Golden Crow had really appeared in this world again? But, was this possible? Could it be that the calamity had begun again, and such a thing that should not have happened could actually happen? However, no matter how strange it was, the truth was about to be revealed. Looking at the feather that Dong Huang carefully held out, the demon empress he could not help but laugh. Tai, is this necessary? Even when your nephew was born, I don't think you've been this careful. Dong Huang Tai smiled bitterly. Sister-in-law, this. You still have to confirm it yourself. There may be some differences, but I really can't tell. I don't know if I'm wrong. Take a look for yourself. This. Dong Huang stuttered. The demon emperor was stunned. The demon empress also realized that Dong Huang's words had a hidden meaning. Furthermore, he had made his intentions very clear. The demon empress' body trembled as she thought about it. She cried out, "Second brother, you mean?" "No, I didn't say anything." Dong Huang quickly shook his head. "I just want you to take a look at it. The three of us can identify it together." The demon empress' eyes were filled with anxiety as she stared at the swaying great sun true fire. Her beautiful face turned from red to pale, and then from pale to red. Whoosh! The great sun true fire spread out. Inside was a vacuum cover the size of a human head. Shao, the three-legged golden crow feather the size of a sesame seed, floated up and down. The demon emperor's eyes were wide open. He almost stuck his eyes to the feather, but the demon empress reached out and threw his eyes aside. Then, he hurriedly moved closer and stared at the bright yellow feather. However, at a glance, his eyes were already filled with tears. Second brother. His second uncle. You. Shiha's lips trembled. Did you feel something? Dong Huang coughed. Hesitation could be seen on his square and dignified face. After a while, he said, "It's really been a long time. I don't dare to say that I can confirm anything. Otherwise, why would I go through the trouble of bringing Ling Yu back and making you confirm it with your own eyes?" If it was in the past, the demon empress would definitely scold him. But now, Shiha had no time to curse. She just stared blankly at Xiao's feathers floating inside the cover. He wanted to break the barrier several times, but his hands were trembling, and he didn't dare to make a move. Finally, he pleaded, "Second brother, please open it." At this moment, the demon emperor had already jumped up from under the tree. With a nervous look on his face, he asked, How is it? However, both of them ignored him. Dong Huang coughed and said, "Okay, I'll open the shield now." The monster emperor was nervous and quickly said, "Let me protect him." Shiha said in a trembling voice, "Let me check." The three of them had a clear division of labor. However, with their cultivation, such a small matter required the three of them to divide the work. It was obvious that this matter was extremely important. Dong Huang took a deep breath and used his divine perception to stir the Dong Huang bell. The bell responded instantly and opened the shield. The feather floated out quietly without its restraints. At the same time, the monster emperor's spiritual energy and the power of the grand sun primordial fire surged out and carefully protected the feather. His spiritual energy even lifted the feather up. The demon empress took a deep breath and stretched out her slender hand. She carefully held the feather in her palm. With just a touch of her spiritual energy, the Zhao's feather immediately exuded a pure demonic aura. Without a doubt, this was the aura of the three-legged golden crow that belonged exclusively to the royal family. Sensing this unfamiliar yet extremely familiar aura, Dong Huang and the monster emperor were men. After so many years, too many things had filled their hearts. At this moment, they only felt a faint sense of familiarity. However, the demon empress' tears fell like a broken string of pearls. She held the feather as if it was the only treasure in the world. Her tears kept flowing, but her spiritual energy still gently stroked the feather. The feather lay obediently in her hand, without any resistance. However, this feather had long disappeared from the world. It only appeared now because of the power of the Bell of Chaos and the Grand Sun Primordial Fire. That was why it could exist for so long. Then, as time passed, it finally began to dissipate bit by bit, turning into light spots and slowly disappearing. No! The Demon Empress roared and detonated her demonic energy to the limit. She did not hesitate to consume her cultivation to protect this feather. However, that feather was something that had long been broken. No matter how powerful she was, even if she was willing to sacrifice her cultivation, she still couldn't keep the feather intact for a long time. It kept dissipating, and finally, it completely dissipated. In the end, there was nothing in the Demon Empress's jade-white palm. There was nothing left. There was no trace at all. The Demon Empress was lost. She looked straight at her palm where the feather had been. Throughout the entire process, the three of them did not make a sound. After a long time, Dong Huang coughed and was full of anxiety. He was afraid to break the silence and said carefully, "Are you sure? Do you recognize it?" The monster emperor coughed and looked at his wife's expression hesitantly. He said, "I am 80% sure. This should be Seventh Brother's feather." The Demon Empress suddenly stood up and completely exploded. Bastard! Second brother, it's good that you understand. Sigh, so many years have passed. Ahem. It's your great fortune that big sister is willing to marry you. Are you trying to act innocent in front of me? If big sister doesn't like you, what do you think you did? As the Demon Emperor, how can you talk behind someone's back? Damn. You. The Demon Emperor widened his eyes. He wanted to act as the big brother and reprimand his brother who hadn't acted like this for a long time. However, he heard a sobbing voice above his head, "Tai Yi, where did you find your nephew?" Dong Huang said, "Ahem, Thunder Eagle City. I'm going to bring him back. I'm going now." The Demon Empress was resolute and said without any doubt, "My son has been wandering in a foreign land for so many years. I don't know how much he has suffered. That's why he didn't die and almost died. I must bring him back and make it up to him. Ahem, bring my nephew back. That's for sure. I heard that it was because he had a fight with the Kunping. That's why he destroyed this feather." The Demon Empress immediately recalled this matter and was furious. Why did the Kunping hit my son? How dare he? Chapter 1350. Ahem, that's not the case. There is indeed a reason for this. When Kunping realized that something was wrong, he had already held back. Otherwise, this feather would not have been preserved. Dong Huang Tai hastily explained everything. Otherwise, Kunping would probably be tortured to death by the Demon Empress with just this explanation. Back then, when the seventh prince went missing, the Demon Empress almost stewed the Kunping Demon Master. Now that it happened again, the Demon Empress probably did not even need to do it personally. Kunping would have suicidal thoughts. She quickly explained to him. "Snatch the treasure. The red lotus of the Nether River. How dare you, Kunping? How dare you compete with my son for the treasure?" Dong Huang sweated profusely. Even Kunping couldn't snatch that treasure. My son is really awesome. Even an expert like the Kunping Demon Master can't defeat him. The Demon Empress looked proud and gratified. Dong Huang and the Demon Emperor looked at each other and felt a little tired. Anyway, they couldn't say anything now. They just had to shut up. Everything would be easy to talk about when the Demon Empress calmed down. However, if he said something that was caught red-handed, it might really turn into a nightmare for hundreds of thousands of years. I want to set off immediately. The Demon Empress was impatient. She was overflowing with words and took action. No. Dong Huang and the Demon Emperor said at the same time, the Western sect is setting up a trap there. It's too dangerous for you to go out alone. So what if it's dangerous? The Demon Empress narrowed her eyes and said indifferently, do you think that I'm a weak human woman? Do you want the three of us to have a fight first? Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. No, no, no. That's not what I meant. The Demon Emperor sweated profusely. Dong Huang's forehead was covered in sweat as well, and he finally thought of a reason and said hastily, presently, the biggest problem isn't if we should immediately leave for Thunderhawk City, the biggest problem is. After Yiqiong and the Rock exchanged a palm strike, they immediately fled into the distance, and we don't know where they've gone to now. Moreover, after so many years, there has been no news of Yiqiong. Even her Destiny Soul Tablet has been shattered. Where did the huge strangeness of the past come from? How can we enter a dangerous place before we have a clear understanding of these matters? Even if you aren't afraid, Yiqiong is. It's not safe for the child if you suddenly make a move. At the very least, we have to figure out where Yiqiong is now, what force she belongs to, or which direction she's in. Only then can we make a move. Dong Huang tried his best to break down the crumbled pieces and analyze the situation. The Demon Emperor chimed in, that's right. That's right. That's right. Second brother is right. That's right. That's right. After a long time, the Demon Empress finally calmed down. He took a few deep breaths, and his eyes flashed. You too, from today onwards, pay close attention to any news about my son. Once you discover anything, you must inform me immediately. If you dare to hide anything from me, Dijuan, I will divorce you immediately. Emperor Jun was shocked and blurted out, really? You? The Demon Empress was instantly enraged. She was truly enraged. The Grand Sun primordial fire rose all over her body, and even the Demon Emperor Palace was engulfed in flames. I will never leave. The Demon Emperor roared, no matter what, I will not. Second brother. Second brother. He turned his head. Dong Huang was already one step ahead of him. He ran away without a trace, without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Dong Huang had already returned to Dong Huang Palace, but he could still hear Emperor Jun's voice. Second brother, save me. Please persuade your sister-in-law. Second brother, you have to testify for me. How can I be that kind of? Dong Huang nimbly raised the soundproof barrier. I finally escaped from this place, and you still want me to go back. Big brother, you are not only handsome, but you are also dreaming. Once he made up his mind, he let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. On the other side, Zhuoxiao Duo led Zhuoxiaonian, Bai, Zhou, and Yan Shixi into the space exterminating tower like a swarm of bees. Behind them, the mosquito Taoist was almost chasing after Zhuoxiao's tail. However, as soon as they entered, heaven and earth turned upside down, and yin and yang became chaotic. An unprecedentedly blazing Grand Sun primordial fire surged, and with it, the space exterminating tower was shut down. Swoosh! Xiao turned into a grand sun in the sky, and the unstoppable true fire blocked Zhuoxiao's back and collided with the mosquito Taoist. It was completely disregarding its own safety. Its mission was only 1 second. It only needed to fight for 1 second. It only needed to give Zhuoxiao Duo enough time to turn around after entering the space exterminating tower. Swa Duo, Little White, Little Joe, and Swa Xiaonian, Yen Shirsi, had just entered the Tower of Annihilation. They split into two and stood up, watching as the door to the Tower of Annihilation closed. Then, a loud explosion shook the entire space of the space-exterminating tower. Zhao's grand sun in the sky was smashed into pieces by the mosquito Taoist. Jia, Xiao screamed miserably as she was sent flying 8,000 li away like a rubber ball. Her body slammed heavily into the mountain, smashing countless spirit herbs along the way. She even smashed a hole that was no less than a few dozen meters deep into the mountain. Lying in the hole, he was dying. His head tilted, and he passed out. Before he passed out, he only had one thought: Mama, what did you do to provoke? Black smoke was rising from the cave entrance in spirals, proving that although Xiao was injured, she was still alive. The mosquito Taoist felt his blood boil after being hit by Xiao. Xiao was a pure-blooded member of the royal family. He was blessed by the heavens and had a natural advantage over other members of the demon clan. Although the mosquito Taoist was also a Khanate spirit, he was still restrained by the fate of the royal family that Xiao carried. Moreover, the collision was so sudden that even if the mosquito Taoist could bear it, he still felt uncomfortable. He paused for a moment. However, the mosquito Taoist was a tycoon in the untainted land, a top figure in the world. He stopped and looked around with a cold smile. Seeing that there were mountains, rivers, and heaven and earth, he sneered, "So it's a paradise. Do you think you can trap me here?" He looked around and said calmly, "It's a good place. I have to thank all of you for thinking that you're smart and self-righteous. Now, I declare that this place is mine." Swa Duo and Swa Xiaonian were in the sky. They turned around and faced the mosquito Taoist with their hammers and swords in their hands. They looked calm, but their hearts were unprecedentedly heavy. The guy in front of them was really difficult to deal with. No wonder he was an ancient fierce beast, a primordial alien. When they fought with him before, Swa Duo and Swa Xiaonian both used their full strength without holding back, but they still couldn't gain the upper hand. Instead, they felt that it was difficult to use their strength and were constantly being suppressed. It was the first time they had encountered such a situation since they started their cultivation. Moreover, that was under the situation of the two of them working together. One must know that when the two of them worked together and complemented each other, their strength would increase exponentially. The guy in front of them was an unprecedented enemy. But now he was in the Tower of Destruction. He. Mosquito Taoist. Blood-winged black mosquito. A primordial alien. Swa Duo looked at the mosquito Taoist and said calmly, "Surrender. Surrender and hand over your primordial spirit. This is your only way out. Given the foresight of your primordial world senior, do you really think that the land is limited to blessed lands and grotto heavens? I'm not afraid to tell you that this place is a world of its own. It's out of this world. Surrender." The mosquito Taoist laughed and said, "You? A world of its own?" Yes, this place is really a world of its own. It's not just a paradise. But where are the sun, the moon, and the stars? Where is the way of heaven in this world? It's just an incomplete world. How dare you force me to surrender? You human brat, are you dreaming? Do you really think you can bully me at will? Swa Duo narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems that you want to die." The mosquito Taoist shook his head disdainfully and said, "I can't even see the tiny primordial merit. How can this be?" Before the mosquito Taoist finished his words, something happened. The sword light shot up to the sky, shining brilliantly. A magnificent sword light shot up to the sky and formed a bright yellow palace in the air. The light and the color were so sacred that they seemed to be purifying the world. The next moment, an unparalleled power came to this world. As the Wahuang sword showed up, a spiritual strength rippled in the void. Mosquito, why don't you surrender now that you see me? Her Majesty Emperor Enviwa. The mosquito Taoist was shocked. His face turned pale and he was so scared that he almost turned around and ran away. I surrender. To you. You're the Wahuang sword. Only the sword is here. Damn it. Tuer scolded loudly, Her Majesty Emperor Enviwa is not here. You're just a sword spirit. How dare you ask me to surrender? How dare you threaten me? I said I'd sacrifice you and give you another primordial spiritual treasure. He was almost scared out of his wits by the Wahuang sword. He quickly found that there was only one Wahuang sword here, and the person he was most afraid of was not here. Instantly, his trembling heart calmed down. However, he almost peed in his pants just now that it was so shameful. It was such a great shame that he had to kill all the creatures in front of him to wash away his shame. I was actually frightened by a sword. My entire body was still covered in cold sweat, but that fear had now turned into anger. Are these living beings in front of me prepared to suffer my anger? The Wahuang sword was also trembling with anger. You're looking down on me. No, you're looking down on me, right? I've fully recovered, and my strength is much stronger than before. I wanted to show off and show everyone that you're all weak, so I had to show up. But I didn't expect that I didn't scare the mosquito, and it had the opposite effect. It was so shameful. Chapter 1351. Mosquito, you're courting death. The spiritual power of the Wahuang sword shook the void. Ha ha ha. When I break this space and capture these two human brats, even your Wahuang sword will be mine. Do you think you're still the sword of Empress Wa in primitive times? Bah! Mosquito Taoist just shook his hands and the 12 pairs of giant wings on his back suddenly flashed. A sudden buzzing sound reverberated between heaven and earth, and there was a fierce light in his eyes. Xiaodua's spiritual power was connected with Xiaolong's. With the help of Xiaolong's power, he merged with the space of the Tower of Annihilation to the greatest extent. Then he shouted, "Listen to my command in this world. Don't touch this enemy's spiritual power. Heaven and earth, kill him together." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was the first time that Xiaolong had done this, but he still tried his best to control it meticulously. Before his voice had died away, the spiritual qi in the space of the Tower of Annihilation showed signs of rolling backward, and was rapidly drawn away from Mosquito Taoist. This showed that from this moment on, the spiritual qi in the Tower of Annihilation would only be supplied to Xiaoduo, and would not be replenished by Mosquito Taoist at all. If this guy used up all his strength, he would become a dry corpse. Mosquito Taoist smiled faintly. Don't try to trap me with such a petty trick. After saying that, his body flashed and hundreds of thousands of Mosquito Taoist appeared. Each one looked exactly like the original Mosquito Taoist. They were tall and thin and held black swords. Cold light flashed in their eyes. Then, thousands of Mosquito Taoists jumped up together. Let's end this quickly. I don't like to waste my breath. I'm used to opening my mouth to say hello. Boom! Xiaodua's mind raced. He activated the Zhu Rong genuine fire in his body and shouted softly, "Zhu Rong fire of heaven and earth." With a light boom, the whole space of the Tower of Annihilation was suddenly filled with Zhu Rong genuine fire. There was no place where Zhu Rong's fire did not burn, and the primordial fire burned the enemy. Xiaonian and Xiaoduo were in the burning atmosphere. As the flames burned, they controlled the genuine fire and fought with Mosquito Taoist for the second time. In this second battle, the situation was vastly different from the previous one. Previously, even when the ice and fire were intertwined, it was still just the two of them exerting themselves to the limit and joining forces to resist the enemy. Now, they were relying on the Tower of Annihilation to gather the power of the entire space to strengthen themselves to the maximum limit and weaken the enemy. The situation of the battle immediately tilted. Although Mosquito Taoist had many incarnations, they were just incarnations after all. They didn't have the power of the original body. Once they fell into the torrential Zhu Rong true fire, they immediately let out miserable shrieks. Although they were barely able to survive, they were barely surviving. When Taoist snorted with surprise in his eyes. It's Zhu Wu's fire. Just now, Zhuo Xiao Duo had used the convergence of flames in order to achieve the highest output. When Zhu Rong's genuine fire merged with other flames, its lethality was undoubtedly very high. However, due to the limitation of his cultivation, it was not eye-catching. Thus, when Taoist did not recognize it. After all, he had never fought with Zhu Wu in person. However, at this moment, when he was in the complete Zhu Rong's genuine fire, he recognized it immediately. Zhu Wu is dead. What's the use of passing down the knowledge of the genuine fire? When Taoist shouted. All his incarnations returned to his original body. However, the countless black swords didn't leave at all. They stayed by his side, like hedgehogs piercing into the sky, and charged at them aggressively like tanks. Zhuo Xiao Duo and Zhuo Xiaonian were not afraid at all. They rushed forward together, and with the help of the power of the Tower of Annihilation, they started a fierce battle with one Taoist in his strongest state. At this moment, the 99 Kitty Hammer and the Spirit Snatcher sword combined strength and gentleness, and the combination of ice and fire, they cooperated seamlessly. The two of them joined forces and managed to tie with one Taoist in a short time. The Tower of Annihilation was even more powerful. Endless spiritual qi rushed into their bodies like a tsunami, quickly replenishing their energy. However, when Taoist could only hold on with his own strength. Although he had spoken arrogantly just now, Taoist Wen didn't realize how sinister this move was until the fight started. For the first time in his life, he felt that he didn't have any supply at all. He was fighting in someone else's territory. Right now, he could still deal with the situation without winning or losing, but he had already given it his all. This kind of peak condition could not be sustained for long, and this was only a draw. After a while, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantageous position, and the more he fought, the worse it would be. When Taoist realized that he couldn't stay here for long, he forced Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian to retreat, and then rushed out quickly. However, it was too late for him to realize this. With a soft sound, the Huahuang sword directly turned into a brilliant sword qi. The magnificent sword of merit had cut off a part of one Taoist's fate with only one strike. Xiao Long, who was temporarily attached to the Huahuang sword, hurriedly swallowed the fate. Ah! When Taoist was extremely angry. Who is it? Who is it? Come out! Despicable thing! There was a hidden one. And this hidden one could even swallow the fate that he had cut off. When Taoist was the only one who sucked blood, absorbed the essence, qi, and spirit of living creatures, and devoured the spiritual essence of spiritual treasures. He didn't expect that there was someone who could swallow his fate. For a moment, when Taoist was completely annoyed. When Taoist was not afraid at all if it was only a battle of consumption. Even if the opponent had a supply and he didn't, he was confident that he could hold on until the end with his hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. Even if he had to wait until the two human babies' hair turned white, he was absolutely sure that he could win. The Huahuang sword was a sword of merit, which could cut off the fate. This was a concern, but he was not afraid. As long as he won, he could still take back the fate. After all, it was just a temporary loss. As long as he won, even the fate of this world would belong to him. Why should he care about the temporary loss? But now, there was a special existence beside him that could swallow the fate. This change made Daoist Wen terrified directly. If the fate that had been cut off was swallowed and refined again, it would never come back. Wen Taoist's roar shook the void. But how could Xiaolong come out? Xiaolong had just taken a bite of Wen Taoist's fate. Although it was very nutritious, he was still not used to it since he had never swallowed this kind of fate before. He needed some time, so he immediately followed the Huahuang sword to digest it. Only Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian were still fighting with Wen Taoist. Seeing that the situation was not good and the situation was gradually becoming more and more balanced, Mosquito Taoist dared not to hold back anymore. He played all his trump cards and fought with all his strength, intending to end this battle as soon as possible. All kinds of magic treasures were used. In an instant, Zhou Xiaoduo and Wen Taoist were caught unprepared. As Wen Taoist fought with all his strength, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian tried their best to keep the battle line stable. But the space for them to move was getting smaller and smaller. This battle turned the world upside down. 2.5 hours had passed since the beginning of the battle. Zhou Xiaoduo and Wen Taoist were getting more and more tired and embarrassed. It was difficult for them to continue. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. Then, they were suppressed to 40%, 30%, 28%, 19%. Now, they were almost completely beaten up. Shit, hurry up. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was red as he urged Wen Taoist to hurry him up. Xiaolong finally finished digesting the fate from Wen Taoist. He flew up again with the Huahuang sword, rushing back and forth in the air, waiting for an opportunity to attack again. Wen Taoist was so angry that he shouted furiously, "Don't come here." At this moment, a black light suddenly shot out from Zhou Xiaonian's hand at an unimaginably fast speed. The God-killing spear. Yan Shisi. Although Yan Shisi had completed his transformation, he was still not strong enough to participate in a battle of this level. Even if he did, he could only make one attack at most. However, this one attack was enough to have a considerable impact on the battle. Yan Shisi turned into a shining light spot and rushed into Wen Taoist's sword light at an incredible speed. Dang! A crisp sound rang out, and it actually pierced a hole through a black sword along the way. Whoosh! Yan Shisi's desperate attack pierced through one of Wen Taoist's wings. A stream of black gas suddenly shot out into the distance. The god-killing spear, Yan Shisi, was extremely focused on this attack. He used too much strength and couldn't stop in time. In the end, with a puff sound, he drilled into the mountain with half of Wen Taoist's wing. It made sense. What kind of mountain could withstand such a powerful penetrating force that could pierce through half of Wen Taoist's wing? Bird. However, a white light suddenly rushed out from the spirit-seizing sword and pounced on Wen Taoist. Then, Wen Taoist's body started to burn. However, this time, the flame was different. It was a cold flame. The silver-white flame froze and burned at the same time. The ice became tighter and tighter, and the flame became more and more violent. Wen Taoist screamed, "Ice flame! Ice flame! Ancient Phoenix!" His voice was full of fear. "Who are you? Who are you?" Chapter 1352. Mosquito Taoist had never imagined that the beautiful girl in front of him had so many trump cards. Since the beginning of the battle, the young man had been showing all kinds of tricks, trump cards, and unexpected attacks. His face was full of cunning, which was very annoying. Moreover, between the two of them, the position of the human youth as the main attacker was also very obvious. Not only was he more powerful, but he also had more weapons. He was cunning enough, and his trump cards were numerous. On the other hand, the human girl had a gentle and cold expression on her face since the beginning of the battle. She was clearly a well-behaved and honest girl, an ice beauty in the cliché. And this kind of girl would usually disdain to use underhanded methods to ambush others. But who would have thought that the girl, who looked innocent, was even more cunning than the boy? Since the beginning of the battle, she had launched 3 sneak attacks. First, she used the god-killing spear. Then, she used the extremely cold color. Then, she used the extremely cold air, which made it impossible for Mosquito Taoist to defend himself. What was more, she used the unique skill of the Phoenix tribe, which had never been used before, Ice Flame. This was the supreme unique skill of the royal family of the Phoenix tribe. Compared to the Nirvana True Fire, this Ice Flame was more lethal. If it wasn't for his high cultivation, and if it wasn't for the fact that this girl's cultivation wasn't up to par, and that she hadn't mastered the Ice Flame yet, he was afraid that this Ice Flame would have burned him into ashes and melted him into ice chips. Damn it! Were all the people in the untainted land so cunning? This was not something that could be described as heartless. Mosquito Taoist regretted it, but his body was more honest. His body flashed crazily, and countless black spiritual power gushed out like volcanoes. He tried his best to get rid of the Ice Flame, but he was inevitably at a disadvantage. He tried his best to resist the continuous attacks of Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian. However, the exchange of offensive and defensive positions was a foregone conclusion. Mosquito Taoist was in a state of being beaten. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that he expelled the Ice Flame from his body. However, his momentum was much weaker than before, and he was no longer as powerful as before. A big stick suddenly appeared and smashed Taoist one like a mountain. When Taoist staggered. When he turned around, he saw an indomitable and ferocious giant ape, holding a big stick, smashing him again. When Taoist could completely withstand this kind of attack. But it didn't stop him from being shocked. Zhu Yan! Zhu Yan! The Mosquito Taoist roared, his eyes full of panic. Why are you here? Of course, he knew Zhu Yan. They were both beasts of primordial chaos, but he never had any dealings with Zhu Yan. If he had met Zhu Yan earlier, Zhu Yan would have been sucked dry by Taoist Wen. Later, when Zhu Yan became notorious, Taoist Wen did not dare to meet him face to face. He had always avoided them whenever he could. Who would have thought that he would actually face them head-on here? Furthermore, it was an enemy. Fuck you. The Mosquito Taoist cursed loudly, why am I so unlucky? It turns out that you are hiding here. Suddenly, he felt despair in his heart. Originally, there was still a tiny bit of hope that they could escape, but now, even that tiny bit of hope was gone. There was actually a beast of misfortune lying in wait here. This damned bastard. Just as he was feeling panic and despair. Whoosh. Then, the Wahuang's sword fell like lightning and hit Wen Daoist hard. Crack! 3 big black wings flew away from his body. Xiaolong rushed up like a wolf and devoured it crazily. Good stuff. Good stuff. Another big piece of luck was cut down by the sword of virtue, and then it was devoured by the existence that he didn't see at all. Zhu Yan raised his big stick high, roared, and smashed it down again. The mosquito Taoist's heart was trembling violently. He was really scared this time. If this went on, he was afraid that he would really die here today. So he roared again, "Stop!" But Shuxiaoduo and Shuxiaonian had finally regained the upper hand. How could they stop now? This was the best time to kill him while he was down. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer roared again, and the gates of hell reopened. After this fierce battle, Shuxiaoduo's understanding of the battle had increased by leaps and bounds. Shuxiaonian was the same. She had never fought with such a powerful enemy before. They had been at a disadvantage since the beginning, and their lives were at stake. The feeling of being suppressed, forged, burned, and oppressed. Their martial arts potential was like weeds after the rain, wildly growing at this moment. All kinds of understanding, skills, and moves were getting better and better. How could the mosquito Taoist ask them to stop? Stop what? You're such a mischievous ugly man. You're dreaming. Kill him. Shuxiaoduo swung his hammer crazily. Now that he had gained the upper hand, it was time for him to follow up with another attack. After battling for so long, Shuxiaoduo suddenly had a new understanding of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. He suddenly leaped up, and in less than 2 seconds, he executed the entire set of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer twice in succession. At this moment, it was not only the collapse of heaven and earth, but also the beginning of the world, or the end of the world. The mosquito Taoist roared. The black sword in his hand was broken again, and his head was smashed by the hammer. Then the Spirit Snatcher sword pierced through the mosquito Taoist's body 3 times, and the ice flame burned again. Whoosh! The mosquito Taoist's head grew out again. Zhuyan's big stick fell down one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuyan, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The mosquito Taoist shouted shrilly. He hated no one now. He only hated Zhuyan. If it weren't for you, the son of a bitch, I wouldn't have been trapped here and couldn't escape. Do you think you still have a chance to become a ghost? It was not someone else who said that, but Zhuyan. You. The mosquito Taoist was furious. Shut your stinky mouth. Aw. It would have been better if someone else said that, but Zhuyan's words were fucking. His mouth had been blessed by the way of heaven. I hate you so much. The Wawang sword kept flashing. More than a dozen swords flew back and forth between the mosquito Taoist's body. The god-slaying spear also took the opportunity to break through the defense of the mosquito Taoist's body and rush out from the other side. The mosquito Taoist's broken body retreated hundreds of miles, and the black light kept flashing crazily. The smashed head grew out again in an instant. But his body was so broken that he could barely stand. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen, and his eyes were full of despair. Bullies, this is too much. The mosquito Taoist was indignant. Can you be any more shameless? This place is yours, and the way you fight is a group fight. Those who participate in the fight are either the most powerful members of the Phoenix clan, Zhu Wu's true fire, or Khanate spiritual treasures. 1 hits the body, 1 burns the soul, 1 cuts the fate, and 1 swallows the fate. You guys have a clear division of labor. What the fuck? And the weapon has the Starry Sky Eternal Stone. The injury caused by the weapon required merit points to heal. I'm a Khanate ferocious beast. How many merit points do I have after so many years? And Zhuyan. And this thing is suppressing the fate. Cutting off the cause and effect. What made the mosquito Taoist speechless the most was the thing that made him feel disdainful before, but now he was speechless. You guys even mobilized the spiritual chi in this space to such an extreme. I can't even absorb some spiritual chi to heal myself. I can only hold on by consuming my own foundation. Who could stand such a shameless way of fighting? The mosquito Taoist was seriously injured, and his fate had been swallowed by the enemy. With so many losses, he had no strength to resist the enemy's strength, and earth chi'd out. A white light flashed in front of him, and a ball of ice flame came at him again. On the other side, Zhu Rong's true fire was condensing on the hammer. I'll fight you to the death. The mosquito Taoist roared, and the ferocity of the ancient ferocious beast in his bones was completely aroused. With a roar, the light of Buddha shone from his body. Bathed in the light of Buddha, he seemed to be burning in another way. Then he rose into the air and rushed towards Sua Xiao Duo fiercely. It's one thing that I can't win today, but I'd rather die than drag this guy down with me. Sua Xiao Duo roared, and his body spun rapidly. Then the mosquito Taoist was shocked to find that damn it. The pair of hammers had turned into two mountain-like meteor hammers. You're blocking me from getting close to you. With a boom, the hammers smashed down like a thunderbolt. A whirlwind with the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers flashed in and out of the whirlwind. Like a storm, it attacked the mosquito Taoist from a distance. On the other side, Sua Xiaoyan didn't attack anymore. She asked the sword spirit, Xiao Duo, to control the spirit-snatching sword. The sword flew back and forth gracefully, aiming to find the loopholes in the mosquito Taoist's defense. As long as there was a chance, it would strike. The Huang sword also flew back and forth. When there was a chance, it would strike and only take away a piece of fate. Xiao Long just kept eating to his heart's content. The god-slaying spear, Yan Shirsi, was also looking for a chance. When he found a chance, he rushed forward with all his strength to create more holes. Zhu Yan flew in circles with the big stick in his hand. When there was a chance, he would strike fiercely. And Xiao Duo finally pulled itself out of the cave. It flapped its wings and flew in the air. This time, it didn't turn into the sun. Instead, it condensed the Grand Sun True Fire into a flaming sword. It flew back and forth, waiting for a chance to strike. Maybe it was because the attacks in front of him were so magnificent and colorful that when Daoist completely ignored Little White and Little Joe, who were hiding in the 9-9 kitty hammer. Every time when Daoist attacked, Little Joe would sneakily take a breath of when Daoist's chi of soul and power of primordial spirit. Puff, puff, puff. Clang, clang. The mosquito Taoist's mouth was bleeding. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to fight back. Dozens of black swords were broken. Suddenly, with a loud roar, he was hit in the chest by another hammer. Perhaps it was because the injuries were too severe, but a gigantic red-winged black mosquito reverted to its original form and rolled several hundred meters away. It lay on the ground and twitched like a dead bat. Stop. Stop. I surrender. The mosquito Taoist cried weakly. Don't accept its surrender. The Huang sword shouted. I've collected 3 chapters. I can use them tomorrow. I'm hardworking, right? Chapter 1353. The sword of Empress Envihua slashed twice and cut off a large amount of fortune. Her spiritual power shook the void as she shouted, "This kind of primordial ferocious beast thinks too highly of himself. He will never submit to anyone sincerely. Besides, compared to his surrender. Kill him." Sua Xiao Duo knew what it meant. He didn't plan to leave him alive. He swung his hammer and attacked. Mosquito Taoist struggled to fly up. Then he shouted desperately, "If so, let's go together." Then his body swelled up. It seemed he was going to explode. Sua Xiao Duo and Sua Xiaoyan knew it was time to retreat. A gentleman wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall that when such a strong man exploded, even if he was seriously injured, the power would still be earth-shattering. It wasn't strange that he could kill Mosquito Taoist with one blow. But at this moment, Mosquito Taoist's body, which had swelled up to the extreme, suddenly deflated weirdly. Mosquito Taoist shouted in horror, "Get out! Get out!" Sua Xiao Duo was stunned. Who was he asking to get out? What did he mean? Was it a bluff? The next moment, a shadow appeared on the huge black mosquito. She had a slim figure and a high bun. She looked at Mosquito Taoist coldly. "Mosquito, you deserve this. Get out. Do you think I'll get out? Please. Get out, get out." The Mosquito Taoist roared in despair, his voice hoarse. "You didn't want me to get out before. Why are you begging me to get out now?" The shadow woman sneered, "What goes around comes around. Today, I'll trap you and prevent you from exploding. I'll turn your body into a precious material for refining weapons. I'll turn your original soul into a spirit for refining weapons. I'm going to make your luck vanish completely. I'll make sure your soul will never be reincarnated. Mosquito, don't even think about exploding. As long as I'm here, all your attempts will be in vain." Mosquito Taoist spat out blood. He said furiously, "Do you think they'll let you go if I die? You'll become their puppet, too. Even if I become a puppet, it's because of karma. At least it's better than being imprisoned by you all these years." Her body swayed, but suddenly a golden light burst out, completely freezing the body of the blood-winged black mosquito. She looked up at Sua Xiao Duo and said, "Kill him. Extract his primordial spirit. Extract his soul. Extract his innate luck. Extract his source energy. This big mosquito is very useful. Human kid, you've struck gold today. Ha ha ha. I feel so happy right now. Ha 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 ha. I've been wronged for countless years. Today, I've finally spat it out." The woman's virtual shadow froze the Mosquito Taoist's body and laughed wildly. She looked very happy. The cat's spirit sword appeared in Sua Xiaoduo's hand. With a flash of cold light, it was aimed at Mosquito Taoist's head. The Mosquito Taoist was severely injured, and his primordial spirit was locked. He could not resist at all and was killed on the spot. Then Sua Xiaoduo started to extract his primordial spirit. The Huahuang sword was an experienced commander. He called out to Xiao, Bai, Jiu, Yan Shisi, Xiao Long, and Xiao Duo. All the divine artifacts lined up and were distributed according to their contributions. The Mosquito Taoist's body was still shining. Although he was dead, his body was still stubbornly condensed into one. It did not disperse. It'll take some time for the precious materials to disperse. The woman floated out of the Mosquito Taoist's body. "Don't worry. He's already dead. At this moment, it's just that his luck hasn't completely dissipated. Okay. Senior, please." Sua Xiaoduo accompanied the woman's shadow to sit in the living room. The woman's shadow had an extraordinary origin. She was able to stop the Mosquito Taoist from exploding himself at the last moment. However, she was only a primordial spirit after all. She posed no threat to Sua Xiaoduo and the others. "Senior, may I ask who you are?" Sua Xiaoduo pushed out a bottle of laurel honey and opened it considerately. The woman's eyes lit up. She said with a smile, "Thank you." It was the best thing for primordial spirits. His soul directly leaned against the bottle, and in the blink of an eye, the bottle of laurel honey was completely clean. The woman's primordial spirit's shadow became visibly more real. Sitting upright on the sofa, his movements were extremely calm. That kind of graceful and calm demeanor of an expert who was proud of the world was fully displayed. May I ask, how many years have passed since the god investiture calendar of the primitive era? The woman's shadow finally asked after a moment of silence. This god investiture calendar of the primitive era. Duo scratched his head and looked at Xiaonian. However, Xiaonian was also confused. God investiture calendar of the primitive era. What's that? This question was really profound. Even Li Chenglong, who was familiar with the history of astral souls, might not be able to answer it, let alone the two of them. Duo racked his brains and recalled that he seemed to have read a book called God Investiture in his dream. But his memory was really blurred. It was as if he had never read it. If it weren't for the two words, God Investiture, he couldn't connect the dots. But was there any connection between that and the real world? If he said it casually, would it give people a far-fetched feeling? Was he going to tell them that he had a dream and was actually alive hundreds of thousands of years ago? Duo thought for a while. He felt that the possibility was really low. He'd better not embarrass himself. The woman's shadow sighed softly. It seems that it's been too long. So long that people don't even remember that era. Her eyes turned into melancholy. Duo asked carefully, "May I know your name?" He had asked this question just now, but the woman didn't answer. She said, since the untainted age, when Taoist priest rarely walked around the world with his original appearance. I didn't expect that this time, he came out with his original body. It's really the time and destiny. In the cultivation tribulation, if you are not a sage, how can you avoid the tribulation? Those bones and wings. How to use them. Those are the best materials for refining spiritual treasures. When Taoist priest's cultivation has reached the almighty realm, and he is also a special species in the untainted age. His body is full of rare treasures. Even a drop of essence and blood can play a great role as long as it is used properly. I see. What's this? Duo saw Xiao and the others gathered together and seemed to be fighting for something. He couldn't help but be curious. Which one of these babies was not arrogant? But now, they turned against each other because of something. What could be so precious? Chapter 1354. Bai, Jiu, Xiao Duo, Yan Shirsi, and Wang's sword all gathered together and looked at each other with hostility. No one was willing to back down. Duo hurried over to take a look and found that they were arguing about the 3 floating lotus flowers. Bai, Jiu, and the others all pounced on the lotus with a look of "this is mine." It wasn't just Bai and Jiu who were like that. Even Xiao Duo, and Wang's sword were like that. Even Yan Shirsi, who had never dared to compete with the crowd when he encountered something good, was not willing to back down now. For the sake of these 3 lotuses, these little fellows had all shown signs of turning against each other and breaking off all relations. In particular, Bai and Jiu were already secretly contacting Jiu Mai. His meaning was clear. If you dare to fight with me again, I'll give you a blow with my hammer. The lotus was truly beautiful, so beautiful that Duo fell in love with it at first sight, almost following in the footsteps of his family. It's actually 3 beautiful lotus flowers. These 3 lotus flowers are faintly connected. It's even more rare. Just this holy and noble appearance alone doesn't seem like something that a devil should possess. The female silhouette couldn't help but sigh. This thing was refined after Taoist Wen's death. Obviously, although Taoist Wen had been working hard for so many years, he had never really refined the treasure of the Western sect. This is a really good item. It's at the level of a top-tier innate numinous treasure. This is the 3rd grade of the Western sect's 12th grade golden merit lotus, which is used to suppress providence. It is filled with merit chi. As she spoke, the woman's shadow realized something. Although the merit treasure was swallowed by Mosquito Taoist by chance, how could it be refined by such a vicious demon who was full of sins and had slaughtered countless creatures? Sin and merit were opposites to each other. If Taoist Wen could refine the golden lotus of merits, it would be really strange. The root of the problem should be that the golden lotus of merit had a tribulation that was covered in dust. It was using Taoist Wen to experience a tribulation. This thing. What exactly is it used for? Sua Xiao Duo frowned as he picked up the virtuous golden lotus and asked subconsciously. The woman's phantom smiled bitterly. Just as she was about to explain, her eyes suddenly widened. Because she could clearly see that from Sua Xiaoduo's chest, there was a piece of jade with an incomplete shape that was quietly floating out. It emitted a swirling black and white light. Then, the black and white light enveloped the 3rd grade golden lotus. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd grade golden lotus was enveloped by the black and white light and disappeared. Clang clang. The Huang sword froze in the air, dumbstruck. The god-slaying spear fell to the ground with a clang and remained motionless. Wah. Xiao Duo, bye-bye, Enjo. The 4 little fellows could not take it anymore. They sat down on the ground, kicked their legs, and cried. That was the most delicious thing in the world. How? How could it suddenly disappear? Mama, you have to compensate me. The 4 little fellows cried with tears streaming down their cheeks. Sua Xiaoduo himself was also stunned on the spot, dumbfounded. Because this change was something that even he himself had not expected. His plate of creation did not absorb the 3rd grade golden lotus. Instead, it had completely melted, absorbed, and eaten it. What should he do? Compensate. How could he compensate? Now, even if Sua Xiaoduo smashed his plate of creation, he would not be able to compensate for it. However, such an outcome was right in front of their eyes. Seeing the good food in their mouths disappear for no reason, how could these little fellows be willing to let it go? Previously, when they asked for help in the battle, they were willing to sacrifice themselves. Now that they had something good, they did not even share it. How could this be? One by one, they kicked their short legs and cried. Their tears flowed out like a river. Only Xiao Xiao was different from the rest. While the others were crying with 2 legs, it was the only one that was crying with 3 legs. Suddenly, the plate of creation shone with a strange light. Suddenly, 5 rays of light surged, 1 for each of Xiao Duo, Bai, Zhou, and the god-slaying spear. Then, it disappeared from Sua Xiaoduo's body again. Obviously, it felt a little embarrassed to take it all by itself, so it wanted to share some of the good stuff. The Huang sword. Where's mine? Where's mine? Damn it. Every one of them got one, but I didn't. Is it true that only children who cry get candy? Is it too late for me to cry now? Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. The Huang sword was so angry that its stomach was about to explode. It flew back and forth in the air. It flew back and forth. I won't accept this. I want to have mine too. Mine. Why can't I have mine? Everyone has mine, so why can't I have mine? However, no matter how it flew back and forth, the plate of creation did not appear again. Although the plate of creation had already given some benefits, it was still not enough for Xiao and the others. How could you swallow all of it and only give us this little bit? Their labor was not that cheap. Therefore, it kicked its legs and cried. There was another person who was stunned. It was the illusory figure of the woman. This ancient almighty who was only left with her primordial spirit looked at this scene and her beautiful eyeballs bulged out. They even exceeded the limits of her eye sockets and floated up and down in front of her face. This sudden shock was so great that it was about to shake her soul out of her body. These 3 words were circulating in her mind. It was not that she did not want to shout out in shock, but that she was so shocked that she could not shout out. The plate of creation. It's actually the plate of creation. Oh my heavens! Master, Master, this disciple has truly seen the world today, and has broadened my horizons. I actually saw the plate of creation. Even the Tao ancestor did not collect the complete plate of creation. Although the plate of creation in this kid's hands is not complete, it seems to be mostly complete and has a prototype. The illusory figure of the woman staggered weakly. Luckily, I'm only in primordial spirit now. If my physical body was still here, I'm afraid that I would be so shocked that I'm only left with my primordial spirit now. Don't say that shock doesn't kill, it's just that the shock isn't enough. On the other side, the 3-legged golden crow Shao, who was kicking its legs and crying, suddenly blinked its eyes after the plate of creation completely swallowed the golden lotus of merit and the green light fused into its soul. Then, it mysteriously stopped crying. After that, it sat there like a silly duck. It seemed to have thought of something and its eyes were filled with confusion. And it continued to be confused. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian persuaded it and promised it a lot of good things. Then, it finally stopped kicking its legs and crying. It got up one by one, rubbed its eyes and went back to its duties. It finally stopped crying. It's so tiring to coax children. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed in his heart. Then, he picked up a storage ring on the ground. Well, this was also specially left by the Huahuang sword for him. It was Wen Taoist space ring. After all, they could not use it even if they wanted to. Zhuo Xiaoduo casually opened it and immediately cried out in surprise. The illusory figure of the woman had expected this. She smiled and said nothing. Zhuo Xiaonian looked over and could not help but widen her pretty eyes. She said in surprise, so many good things. When Daoist's wealth was too great. It was not that Zhuo Xiaoduo and his wife had not seen the world, or had not seen many good things. There were so many good things. After the return of the demon continent, more than 40% of the super resources in the 3 continents were sent to the space exterminating tower by the big shots. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's wealth, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the richest man in the 3 continents. But now, he saw Daoist Wen's collection. There were so many magic treasures, all kinds of spiritual materials, all kinds of weapons, all kinds of elixirs, and many other good things that he didn't recognize. There were so many of them that they piled up like mountains. Even though Zhuo Xiaoduo was a nouveau riche, he still felt uneasy when he saw the things in the ring. So many. There were simply too many of them. For a miser like Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian, who had been led astray by Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't see any benefits from the virtuous golden lotus at all. Instead, it was the piles of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that made the couple extremely happy. We're rich. We're really rich now. We're rich all of a sudden. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were spinning, and his fingers were trembling as if they were convulsing. My young friend, you're really blessed. The illusory figure of the woman's voice was full of emotion. As a senior from the untainted land, the woman knew Wen Taoist's divine sense very well. Only she knew how difficult it was to catch Wen Taoist's real body. Even a sage might not be able to catch Wen Taoist's real body with certainty. Which fierce beast from antiquity times did not have many life-saving methods? How could it be so easy to catch its real body? However, the little guy in front of her had killed when Taoist by accident. Taoist Wen's death could be said to be muddle-headed and inexplicable. Even when he died, he didn't know who his opponent was. Even the person who killed Taoist Wen might not know what kind of person he had killed. Now, his space ring had fallen into the hands of his enemy. The golden lotus of merit, which he had refined for hundreds of thousands of years without any results, was now a gift to someone else. God's will. This is God's will. Everything is retribution once the cause and effect backfire. Seeing the enemy she had fought for hundreds of thousands of years die in front of her just like that, a look of bewilderment appeared on the woman's face. Was he really dead? Was he dead? Why had Wen Taoist Mosquito worked so hard all his life? Who did he work so hard for? Wen Taoist Mosquito had wreaked havoc all his life, and now he died in such an obscure way. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.